Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees meeting for April 23rd, 24th. Are there any requests to speak for closed session items? Not hearing any requests to speak, we will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone in the boardroom and those who are joining us virtually. I'm so excited about the littles who are joining us this evening. We started earlier, so thank you because we want to make sure we respect your board time, your bedtime, not your board time, your bedtime. So with that, welcome to the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees meeting for April 23rd, 2024, and now we'll move to language access.
Thank you. We have Spanish interpretation and we also have ASL interpretation on Zoom. Muy buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español por si alguien gusta escuchar la presentación en español. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everybody, please rise and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There is no action taken in closed session this afternoon. I'll have a quick student board member report. Anastasia, good to see you back.
Good evening, everyone. This week, the juniors have been doing state testing, state CASP testing, so we've had a switch of schedule. There's also been a district-wide AVID celebration, celebrating the students' accomplishments, but students in the program are also concerned about district funding for the AVID program, as it needs to be year-round for students to reap the full benefits of the program so they can stay on track. And if the program is only half year-round, they're much more likely to fall off without the academic support. And we've also been doing ASB elections across the high schools and electing our student leaders for the next year, which is really exciting. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will move to the superintendent's report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Thank you all for being here and for adjusting to this earlier time. I am super excited to be here amongst our students. As you know, this year our district has really focused widely on improving our literacy across our elementary schools with the most recent adoption of a curriculum, a brand new curriculum where all our teachers are working on similar themes and incredible readings, as well as developing great writers. And one of the things we launched this year was the first ever elementary poetry contest across our district. And this is all part of our belief in reading and writing being some of the most important skills any student can learn that really unlocks the doors for every other subject area, if you ask my personal opinion. Of course, I know we have scientists and mathematicians and artists, but I really believe in literacy as just such a key lifelong skill. And so part of this work and part of launching this poetry contest was to make sure that we can inspire all our students to become lifelong readers and writers in any topic that they choose. So while I asked Dr. Mallory Price to come up to help me announce the winners, I will ask our board president to please read us a short poem.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Maldonado. I just want to say I had such a privilege to read the poems, so thank you for the opportunity to read all the poems and see the great poetry that we have in this district. In the district's poetic fray, winners rise with words at play. In halls where verses softly sing, they're crowned as champions of the spring. Back to you.
Thank you so much. With that, Dr. Price, please come on up and help us with introducing additional poets in the room who will be reading some of their poems to us tonight. And we are going to turn off the projector up here. They will be coming up to the dais to read their poem, and then we'll do the presentation of certificates.
How's that? Better? I definitely need a mic. We actually do have a few slides to share first before we have our poets come up. I promise to be quick because I know what we really want to hear from is our poets tonight. All right. So you'll see it in just a minute. Over here. Here it is. I'd like to just share a little bit of background information about the poetry contest before we bring up our poets. This first annual poetry contest was truly an honor to coordinate. It was open to all TK through 6th grade students in Santa Barbara Unified, and for this inaugural year, the theme was identity. Poetry is such a lovely way to explore our inner and outer lives, and by writing poems about ourselves, we come to better understand ourselves and our world. We encourage students to submit poems using all of the languages that they speak, and poems could be submitted into one of 5 categories. So there were TKK1 collaborative poems, so those were poems that could have been written as an entire class, kindergarten, 1st grade individual poems, 2nd and 3rd grade individual poems, 4th and 5th grade individual poems, and 6th grade individual poems. Here's what you should be seeing. So tonight we get to honor the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, as well as honorable mention award recipients in each category. So the committee that reviewed the poems consisted of myself, as well as Sandy Robertson, the literacy coach at Santa Barbara Community Academy, Denise Alvarado, the executive director of elementary, Donna Ronzoni from the Santa Barbara Education Foundation, Allison Quijano, our secondary ELA instructional support specialist, as well as board president Sims Moten. And so last week we worked individually to review all of the poems. As was shared, I think already, there were over 220 submissions, which was incredible, including poems from students in all grades and all schools, including Peabody. After an initial review, we met to review those that rose to the top based on the criteria outlined by the rubric that was shared with our parents and students. And these were just some of the broad categories that we reviewed each submission for inclusion of. Our final review was challenging, to say the least. While it was an incredibly joyful experience, it was also really hard. And I see Board President Sims Moten nodding her head in agreement. We would have loved to have honored each and every poet who submitted their work. They were truly all beautiful. And at the end of our final review, we had collectively agreed upon our award recipients, those who we are here to celebrate tonight. So, before we bring up each poet for them to receive a certificate, we have a few poets who volunteered to read their poems for us tonight. And we have a microphone set up here for our poets. So as I read your name, you may go up to the mic and share your poetry with us. So first I'd like to invite Lillian Kleinbecker, and I apologize if I mispronounce any names. Feel free to correct me. A 4th grader at Franklin, up to share her poem with us. Thank you. Phew.
Okay, so the poem I'm going to share today is Ode to Running. The big grassy field is waiting for me. For all I know, it's all I can see. I take off my shoes, my socks, and my hat, and stuff them all into my backpack. I start to run. I almost feel unhinged from the ground, flying and flapping my wings. Maybe the other kids are staring, but I stay the same, flying and flapping my wings. Running is a part of me. Just wait and see. I am Lillian, and that's the best I can be.
Thank you, Lillian. Our next poet reader will be McKenna Hale. Heil, thank you. A 6th grader from Monroe.
Okay. The poem that I'm reading today is called How Cool Are You? I'm cool, but maybe not as cool as a cold pool. I have good friends, but we don't do TikTok silly trends. We would rather hang out and have fun. Things like watching movies, tons. Things like using our imagination, because in this nation, I feel like kids forget they are kids a lot. They pretend they're adults even though they're not. They think they're better than all of us, and they cuss. But you know what? They're not. They're just not using the skills they were taught. So I guess the lesson is, don't grow up when you're 12, but don't live on the highest shelf. Stay a kid a little longer, it'll make you a little stronger.
Thank you, McKenna. Our next poet reader is Maya Torres, a second grader at Roosevelt.
The poem that I'm reading is Round Trip to Mexico. When I need each tortilla, it makes me feel at home. I'm smelling pozole, I feel very love. Touching the sea, I dance to the rhythm of the waves. And when my feet touch the sand, I feel complete calm. Working as a team, I never give up. Every basket I'll make, in the end I will reach. If you see my eyes, you'll understand the happiness I feel when I walk hand in hand with my family. You'll never see me stop.
Thank you, Maya. And if I'm correct, I believe Maya also submitted her poem in Spanish. She had 2 versions. Maya, did you bring your copy in Spanish?
De ida y vuelta a México, cuando amaso cada tortilla me hace sentir en casa. Estoy oliendo pozole, me siento muy amada. Tocando el mar, bailo al ritmo de las olas. Y cuando mis pies tocan la arena, siento una calma completa. Trabajo en equipo, nunca me rindo. Cada canasta meteré, al final yo ganaré. Si tú ves mis ojos entenderás la felicidad que yo siento al caminar. De la mano con mi familia nunca me verás parar.
Thank you again, Maya. Our next poet reader is Isla Cooney in 5th grade at Harding.
Okay. The title is What is My Identity? My identity is formed through my friendships. My friends give me hope in life. Through their laughs and through their smiles, I feel warm and calm with the reassuring sound and sight. My identity is formed through music. Music can bring out emotion and color, the words of the song forming new beauty and meaning. As the words and colors dance through the no longer empty air, it can make me feel calm and light or static and alive. My identity is formed in happiness and creativity. The way my dog could feel and understand my emotions, laying his warm, soft head on my lap when needed most. Licking my wet face with so much enthusiasm, it makes me burst out into laughter. My identity is my creativity, a form of my creative thoughts and ideas of my enthusiasm and happiness. That is my identity.
Thank you, Isla. And I believe our last poet reader tonight is Emerson Johnson, a 1st grader at Roosevelt.
No one's asked me this. No one's asked me this question before. I'm right here. I love watercolors. I love Easter. I love all holidays. I love travel. I love new places. I make flipbooks. I go to school most days, but not to Sundays. I hug my mom every day. I am tall. I am fun.
Thank you, Emerson. And I just want to double check that I'm not forgetting any poets that wanted to read that volunteered. Did you want to read your poem? Yeah? All right, we have Victoria Fenkner. Is that correct? Yep. Thank you.
Who am I and who shall I be? That is the fishy question of identity. If I'm a shark and can hunt in the sea, will you pull me off the pier or encourage me? What school of fish will swim with me? Who will be my friends if I choose to swim free? Predators may hunt me however they please, but whatever they do, please do not tease. I can change my thoughts, but not my scale or skin, nor can anyone change their necks of kin. If I must decide on what I should be, I shall identify as myself, the one and only me.
All right, and I think we have a special guest reader reading a poem on behalf of one of our kindergarten poets, Sloan Shaw.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ariel Curry. I'm the principal at Washington Elementary School, and I'm so proud to read Sloan Shaw, who's one of our kindergarten students' poem. You ready? Okay. Love. I'm a little girl who can do big things. When the wind blows,
The trees make music.
at every rest,
I make a mess.
but every day
I feel amazing.
and every time
I lose a tooth, there's magic in the air.
I met an owl in my dreams
I met an owl in my dreams,
and shooting stars.
flying all day inside me.
Well done, Sloan.
All right, last call for any poets that would like to read their poem that I missed. Okay. Thank you, poets, for sharing your poetry with us. I think that was the highlight of my year. And we'd now like to invite up each of our poets to shake hands with Dr. Maldonado and some of our board members, as well as receive their certificate. The first names that I'm going to share actually I don't think they're here tonight, but they're the classrooms that wrote poems together. So they won't be coming up to get a certificate, but I wanted to make sure that they were honored tonight. We had Adriana Solano's class, who won first place, and it's a kindergarten class at Franklin School. Second place went to Allison Troop's TK class at Roosevelt. Our third place winner was Megan Combs' TK class, also at Roosevelt. And our honorable mention in this category went to Amalia Stakowiak's first grade class, also at Roosevelt. So now I will share the award recipients in the K1 poem category. And these poems stole our hearts. So you'll have a chance to hopefully read the poems in our district office at some point. We'd like to post them somewhere since we only got to hear from some of our poets tonight. As I read each poet's name, if the poet could stand up and join us up here to receive their certificate, and once you have, you can go back and sit down with your family. So our first place winner in the K1 category is Sloan Shaw. Our second place winner is Charlotte Nunez from Peabody. Our third place winner is Lila Ochoa from Roosevelt. We will make sure that Lila gets her certificate. And our honorable mention is Emerson Johnson, also at Roosevelt. All right, and now we're moving on to the second and third grade poem category. The first place winner in this category was Victoria Fankner, whose poem you heard, from Washington. Our second place goes to Monty Grease from Roosevelt. Our third place goes to Maya Torres from Roosevelt. And our honorable mention in this category goes to Kai Buck, a second grader at Peabody. And we're moving on to our fourth and fifth grade category. The first place in this category went to Lillian Kleinbecker, whose poem we heard, from Franklin. Second place went to Isla Cooney, whose poem we also heard, from Harding. And third place went to Aria Mato in fifth grade at Roosevelt. And our last category of poet winners is our sixth grade poets. So first place in this category went to McKenna Heil from Monroe. Second place went to Ava Pomer from Peabody. Third place went to Owen Thompson from Roosevelt. And our honorable mention, there were two honorable mentions in this category. The first went to Maya Hernandez Serrano from Monroe. And another honorable mention went to Emma Frias from Roosevelt. All right, can we give one more big round of applause to all of our poets?
If you can line them up and you be there too.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you guys are good. If you guys, yeah. All right, big smiles, please. 1, 2, 3. Ready again? Big smile. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, Dr. Maldonado, I think we've got most folks coming in, and so So if you will continue on with your superintendent's report.
So just to round off, because this is part of our practice, I do want to finish up with the Every Child Award. And if we can get that slide up. Thank you. We start off with, from Goleta Valley Junior High, Daniel Mera. Daniel leads by actions. He demonstrates a strong commitment to ensuring the Goleta Valley campus is a safe and welcoming place for all students, consistently addresses issues that might present a safety concern or affect the use of any space on campus. All of these actions help the campus a warm and inviting space for all. The whole Goleta Valley team is grateful for his ongoing commitment to the community. Please join me in thanking Daniel Mera. Next, from La Colina Junior High, the food service staff and Nina Dianda. Nina and her food service staff consistently demonstrate a commitment to making every student feel welcome and looked after in the cafeteria. Recently, the team prepared a medieval meal for the 500 seventh graders and the Colina staff as part of our Walk Through the Middle Ages event, which is an incredible event. Congrats to the teachers and the everyone at La Colina for that great event, but especially for the food service staff tonight. Thank you. Okay, this one deserves extra applause because I know that since I've been here, they've never made a mistake in the payroll department. And our group of people, you can see there are exactly 6 people that work to make sure everyone gets paid. So please join me in thanking the payroll department. They're hardworking, diligent professionals who pay everyone every month. They have been going through monthly workshops to develop updated procedures that are improving their work, creating robust systems that will last for years to come, and they never are shy to tell us what needs to improve. So thank you, payroll department. From Dos Pueblos High School, Olivia Ortiz. She's an outstanding campus security assistant who has been named by many students as a trusted adult. Always remains calm and cool under pressure and has done a great job serving as a role model, shoulder to cry on, an expert motivator for our students. Thank you, Olivia. From our alternative education program, Quetzal, we have Carlos Estrada, Mary Banks, and Ben Boyce. Thank you. Our Quetzal team provides a caring and safe learning environment for students who have been recently expelled from their home schools. Carlos, Mue, and Ben have the experience in dealing with students that have not only made poor choices, but have been afflicted with serious traumatic events in their personal lives, which sometimes lead for people to make these choices. And we know we're working hard on making them whole. And our teachers, these teachers, truly change student lives. And I know Dr. Bill and I got a chance to meet them recently. Thank you, Carlos, Mr. Banks, and Mr. Boyce. From McKinley Elementary, we have Ms. Young and Ms. McCassie provide intervention in both English and Spanish to our emergent multilingual students, otherwise known as EML students, and our newcomer students. They also supported in testing over 150 students using the LPAC. They are vital to our students' success, and we appreciate all that they do for our students and our school community. Thank you, Emily and Cassandra. Board members, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will move to our public comments. Mr. Escobedo.
Yes. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all. We have 44 public commenters today for items not on today's agenda. Just a friendly reminder, we're going to do 90 seconds. There is a timer on the wall to the right of the podium. There's also a lighting system next to the microphone. When it turns yellow, that means you have 20 seconds left. I'll try not to interrupt folks, but if people continue to go over time, I'll interject with a kind reminder. And make sure comments are only on topics that are not on today's agenda. We're going to start with virtual public comment. And we have Phoenix Manzano. Okay. Christine Piasecki.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Christine, and I've been a math teacher in the district for 28 years. I'm also a product of this district. I've been here long enough to remember having translators in the classroom my first years, to no one in the classroom with newcomers, to now bilingual curriculum specialists. The difference is night and day. We cannot go backwards. I can't say enough good things about Janet Hollister and Craig Schneider, our math TOSAs or ISS. They have gone above and beyond helping all math students and teachers adjust to new curriculum, standards, guidelines, and technology. Janet has brought the high schools into a more equitable alignment. We cannot go backwards. The last time the high schools were successful with 4 or 5 counselors was when enrollment in the district was so low they were going to close DP. Say it with me. We cannot go backwards. Losing our tech support is a huge blow. I've been there, teaching math while fumbling, trying to fix students' tech at the same time. The students deserve the professionals. Again, we cannot go backwards. The cuts the district is proposing are simply unacceptable. I know you as board members want to move the district forward. Say it one last time, loud and clear. We cannot go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. That is our, oh, we have him. Phoenix Manzano.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Phoenix. I'm the Elementary Tech Integration Support Specialist, and I've worked in the district for 7 years. ETS police. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. I have worked in the district for 7 years. ETS plays a critical role in supporting student learning through technology integration. The EdTech landscape is constantly evolving. AI is the most transformative force shaping education today. ETS has already seen the impact of AI tools with personalized learning and an uptick in plagiarism. Cutting the director of ETS position would move our district backwards in the EdTech space. Why was the ETS director on the list of jobs to cut? Who recommended this? This is a puzzling decision because the district newsletter just highlighted Rob Cooper's work last Friday on April 19th. The newsletter specifically mentions ETS's diligent work in collecting over 1,000 non-viable devices, resulting in approximately $160,000 in savings. This innovative buyback program, implemented by our director, Rob Cooper, exemplifies his leadership in large-scale projects and commitment to fiscal responsibility. Why are we cutting a position that pays for itself? Under Rob's leadership, ETS has achieved significant strides. We've implemented the Learn platform to streamline the evaluation and integration of new technology programs while ensuring data security. The TIS team has also created a staff website to house tech resources and support materials under Rob's guidance. We need a strong ETS department and visionary leadership to navigate the ever-changing world of educational technology and prepare our students for a world that is yet to be created. By retaining Rob Cooper as director of ETS, we ensure a future where tech continues to empower our students and teachers. Please keep the director of ETS position.
Thank you. That concludes virtual public comment, so we'll move into our in-person public comment. I'm going to name the first 3 people, so if you hear your name, you can queue up. First, we have Jasmine Missling. Next, Lulu Jansen, followed by Finn Jansen. Is the microphone on?
Is it good?
Yep.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Missling. I go to Santa Barbara Junior High School, and I'm in 8th grade. You think you're helping us, but you're not. I see teachers at Santa Barbara Junior High School coming in at early at 7 a.m. and staying after school until 5 p.m. at the latest. But the thing is, you're not paying them any different. You're paying them less and not allowing them to live in the same city they're working in. That is outrageous to me. Last week we had a spring carnival with teachers and staff getting dunked in a dunk tank. They didn't have to get soaked. They did it because they want us students to have a good time dunking teachers and staff. Teachers being dunked is not in their contract, but they did it anyway. They want us to have a big smiles on our faces and to have a good time. The teachers didn't have to do that since they weren't getting paid, but they did it anyway. You think cutting teachers and paying them less is going to help, but you're wrong. It is causing teachers to not live in the same city they're working in, making it harder to commute. Throughout my whole school experience, I've had teachers go out of their way to help support us, and you think just taking that away is okay. I don't see how that is fair or how that is helping our teachers like how teachers are helping us. I've always been comfortable asking my teachers for help because they've made it a point that they're there to help even if we don't feel comfortable. They've made this a point by supporting us in any way they can, like last week's spring place of Seussical. There are around 15 teachers who were there supporting students performing. They didn't need to do that. It wasn't in their contract to do that, but they did that because they believe in us. If you're taking anything away from teachers, just remember you're hurting us students when you're supposed to make school a better process for us. Teachers are important because they encourage us in any way they can. I've seen teachers want to help us and show us that they care for us. You guys not allowing them to help us if you do not pay them or if you fire them.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lulu Jansen, followed by Finn Jansen, followed by Merced Batista.
Hi, my name is Lulu Jansen. I'm a seventh grader at La Colina. Last night, my mom told me that the district's motto is every child, every chance, every day. Your actions aren't showing me that you truly mean those words. As students, we are often told to lead by example. School is where we are learning the value of hard work, what is important, and what the world should look like. The district is setting a poor example, teaching me that my education isn't important or worth investing time or money in, teaching me that there is very little value in teaching, taking a personal interest in people, respect, and hard work. Please reconsider potential layoffs, and please offer our teachers and support our staffs a livable wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Finn Jansen, followed by Merced Batista, followed by Steven Lopez. Finn Jansen. Finn Jansen. And we're going to close public comment. Okay, I'll move to the next one. Merced Batista. Okay. Steven Lopez. Oh. Okay.
They're coming. They're just way in the back.
Okay.
They're coming.
Sounds good. Welcome.
We're going to have Spanish interpretation.
Hola, mi nombre es Merced Bautista, soy
Hello.
madre de un niño autista, muchacho autista.
Hello, my name is Merced Bautista, and my son has autism.
Les quiero pedir, bueno, es una petición que quiero que mi hijo y los niños de educación especial que están en el colegio, pero todavía siguen siendo parte de la high school, que se puedan graduar con todos los muchachos del colegio, que no les quiten esa oportunidad de estar con todos ellos, a pesar de que son muchachos especiales, pero también merecen estar con todos los niños que están bien, que los incluyan con todos ellos para que se sientan parte de la comunidad.
So this evening I have a request for you. I would like for my son, along with his classmates that are in the program at the City College, to be able to graduate with the rest of the high school students. And so I think that, you know, even though they are students in special ed, they should have the opportunity to graduate and participate in the graduation ceremony with the rest of the students from high school.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Steven Lopez. I wanted to graduate at SBCC. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Dr. Maldonado.
Señora, él es mi hijo, se llama Steven López y es autista.
He's my son. His name is Steven Lopez, and he has autism.
Señora, le voy a pedir que hable con la doctora Sheffield. ella le puede contestar sus preocupaciones y poder hacer los arreglos que se necesitan.
¿Cree que podemos lograrlo?
You think we will be
Ella va
able
a
to
hablar
achieve
con
that?
usted sobre los detalles de cómo hacer eso.
Gracias.
Sí.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Jimenez, followed by Trade Art Foundation, followed by Rich Lashua. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So sorry, Miss Jimenez, we're gonna have one person right before you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Aliona, and I'm the WIN president, WIN advocate, and I have been waiting to graduate with the CC students because it's important for it to be fair than unfair, because it's difficult to have just one graduation without no WIN program students, because we have disability than others, and I have Williams syndrome, so it's kind of hard. But I've taken piano classes, acting classes, singing classes, and I'm looking forward to graduate with the CC graduation ceremony at the commencement with a certificate of achievement and an accomplishment. So, can you please let SBCC include the WIN students at the graduation?
Thank you. And Dr. Maldonado.
Oh, I'll let her.
Hi, my name is Polly Pelly, and I'm a teacher at the WIN program. We're an adult transition program for adults aged 18 to 22. We have our students for 4 years. We focus on community-based transition skills, taking Santa Barbara City College classes, learning how to navigate the MTD, and finding meaningful job placements in the community. The WIN transition program is not on the high school campus. We used to be based actually at the City College campus. Our schedule is aligned with the Santa Barbara City College schedule. We are in school on days that Santa Barbara Unified is on break. For example, WIN is in session during Thanksgiving because CC is in session. Our students are very identified with being college students. A college student is a powerful term. It connotates independence, accomplishments, new horizons. We use the term very purposefully at WIN. Words can inspire an image of oneself as powerful and included. Now, Santa Barbara City College, they culminate in a formal graduation, a celebration that's well achieved, an accomplishment they've earned, an AA degree. Can you imagine for a moment how our WIN students feel not actually being included? Truly, from their vantage point, they are graduating from the WIN and Santa Barbara City College, and while we have a full understanding that they have not earned an AA degree, they too have reached a milestone and are WIN graduates graduating from the City College. We're not asking for an AA degree. We are asking for what is a logical conclusion to our students' time at WIN, a certificate of accomplishment, or even just a mention at the formal graduation on May 17th. So we're coming to you with the challenge, and we've gone to DSPS and we really don't know. We haven't made any progress there, but so we're just giving you the...
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Maldonado.
And I'm going to ask that you speak to Dr. Sheffield as well about that, and we're going to try to see if we can work something out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. And next we have Maria Jimenez. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my daughter, Anais Jimenez. God, why do I get emotional like this? Okay, she can't be here tonight. Anais is an IT support specialist who is at risk of losing her job. And I wanted to share her story. Anais is a proud product of SB Unified, having attended Santa Barbara High School, Santa Barbara Junior High, and the Community Academy. After earning her degree in computer information systems in 2022, she returned to Santa Barbara to contribute to the community she loves. As the only female field tech in a male-dominated department and the only African American on her IT team, Anais is a trailblazer. She's responsible for supporting 5 elementary schools, reaching over 1,300 students, and does it with an efficiency rate of over 90%. She's also bilingual, which allows her to effectively communicate with both students and staff, a skill that is highly valued. Beyond her role in IT, Anais is the head coach of the Dos Pueblos Girls Lacrosse Program. As a former collegiate lacrosse player, she brings her experience to inspire and guide young athletes. If Anais loses her IT job, it will affect her ability to coach as well. It will impact not only her, but also the students, her players, and the SB Unified community. By keeping Anais employed, you are not just retaining a skilled IT specialist, you're supporting a mentor, a role model, and a coach who is making a positive difference in our community. ETS is important. Please do not cut any of those positions.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Trade Art Foundation, followed by Rich Lashua, followed by Deborah Reed. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Maldonado. Good evening, trustees. My
Is
name
the
is Leslie.
sorry, is the mic on?
The mic is on, yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Dr. Maldonado. Good evening, trustees. My name is Leslie Meadowcroft Skipper, and I'm here on behalf of Trade Art Foundation. And I am here to cordially invite you to the big show. The big show is on May 9 at 5:30, and I have brought you your invitation. I would like to remind you that Trade Art Foundation is a partner with you. We partner with your construction technology, building and construction pathways, and we oversee the operations of the 6 shops. And we are going to have this 7th annual big show at the auditorium, the Santa Barbara County Ed Auditorium, and you are warmly invited. Students will be presenting beautiful wood products. They will be showing tech products. They will be showing their cutting boards. We have 9 categories, and they will be exhibiting talent and craftsmanship and mastery. So we have 6 schools competing. It's a marvelous show of talent of students and teachers. This is the poster, and I'd like to present you with your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Next, we have Rich Lashua, followed by Deborah Reed, followed by Kate Lambert. Welcome.
The thing about public schools is, if it's not good enough for your kid, it's not good enough for any kid. It's time to stop focusing on the problems and focus on solutions. In 14 years at Santa Barbara Junior High, I've coached our marching band's drumline, created a film class, a CTE stagecraft class, produced a fall play and a spring musical every year, and take more field trips in one semester to Hollywood, theater, ballet, and opera than some entire schools in this district do in a year. In short, I'm a unicorn. A very valuable, marketable commodity to build a performing arts program around. But I work in a district with no enrollment caps, and instead of 4 junior high schools averaging around 650 students, I'm competing for enrollment while parents enroll in a lottery system to get into one campus. I've never heard this district publicly defend any of its struggling schools. In the classroom, sometimes our A+ students get the back burner for a moment so we can better help kids who are failing, and it works out in the end. The district's budget for next year shows the opposite approach, a self-imposed enrollment crisis that slashed Santa Barbara Junior High's entire vocal and instrumental music programs and other counseling services. This is yet another equity issue that remains unresolved. Parents, the invitation is always open. Check out your neighborhood schools and see if what you're hearing on social media is accurate, because if you enroll, they'll end up keeping those programs. I'm sending my son to Santa Barbara Junior High next year, not because I work there, but because I know he's in good hands with every single adult he encounters. And if you actually go to your neighborhood school, you could end up saving programs for everyone. If it's not good enough for your kid, it's not good enough for any kid.
Thank you for your public
Please
comment.
help us remind the district to apply solutions.
Thank you. Next, we have Deborah Reed, followed by Kate Lambert, followed by Rita Zagletti.
I don't have any blue. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Reed and I work at Santa Barbara High School. I've been in the district for 23 years as a special education teacher. A healthy, thriving school district meets the needs of all of its students with ample supports for students and educators so that we can provide the best education for our students. This tube represents the district. It is the container that holds our community together. It is the structure that provides the framework for our work. And these sticks are the supports the district provides that help our students get the best possible education. These are the educators, the curriculum, the classroom environment, the facilities, the educational experience we provide. When we have plenty of support, we have the capacity to meet more and more of the needs of our students. These are the students. The more students we have, the more support the district needs to meet the needs of our community. Some students need very little to thrive. Some students need many more supports to equitably access their education. These supports are many faceted. These are our educators, counselors, speech language professionals, nurses, librarians, our special ed team, our specialized elective educators, instructional support specialists, and all the educators who work with our students.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Kate Lambert, followed by Rita Zagletti, followed by Eder Herrera.
These are our classified staff. We have our yellow sticks for them. Our culinary staff, our custodians, our groundskeepers, our bilingual curriculum specialists, our campus safety assistants, the office managers, our site administrators, and even you. We have blue sticks just for you guys. We are all a part of what holds together and supports our students to keep them thriving in our district. I've been working in our district for 4 years. I've been teaching for 14. I have taught many classes and I have carried caseloads through to their graduation. When our district is healthy, we can support most of our students and make sure they get where they need to go. As we consider reasons that we have to leave, they lose some of their supports. If I don't have enough health care, I can't stay. And if you take away my safety, campus safety, more students are going to fall through the cracks. We need to stop the loss that's happening at each of our campus.
Thank you. Also, there's a marble on the, yeah, thank you. Next, we have Rita Zagletti. Rita Zagletti, followed by Eder Herrera and Adam Herrera. Do we have Rita here?
I think Rita's not able to come. She's a literacy specialist and she would be a red stick.
Okay. Can we remove that from the podium, please? Oh, with others? Okay. Next, do we have Eder Herrera, followed by Adam Herrera? Welcome.
Thank you. So the next 4 readers will be reading off this.
Okay.
All 5 readers. 5
Okay.
readers. Okay.
Thank you.
So, good evening, board members. They say those who don't remember the past are condemned to repeat it. I imagine it is hard to know the district's history when there is no institutional knowledge left to guide you. The proposed cuts to the ETS department make it clear that you don't know where we have come from, so let us fill you in. ETS was formerly ITS and was located at Santa Barbara Junior High in a portable classroom filled with outdated hardware and supplies. There were 2 field techs tasked with managing the district technology infrastructure, and 1 person managing data and student information system support. 1 assistant superintendent oversaw all of ed services, research, and technology. Teachers here tonight may actually remember that time, when some sites had access to the latest and greatest technology, and others were in the Stone Age. Some sites could afford site techs and others could not. Network interruptions were a daily occurrence. The district's device inventory was kept in a spiral notebook. Security was an afterthought, and employee onboarding, including device allocation and email setup, was done in a very haphazard and time-consuming way. We did not have the capacity to provide reports and data to staff for analysis. Instead directing our leaders.
Thank you.
We did not have capacity to provide reports, data, and staff for analysis. Instead, directing our leaders to state website to pull data that was often out of date.
Thank you.
All right. Since then, our department has grown to 27 employees. This includes site techs, system administrators, programmers, ed data specialists, technology instructional support specialists, and device managers. Many of these current employees were added in response to a 2012 FICMAT report, which also led to the current management structure of a CTO and director of technology we have today. This structure has allowed us to implement the many critical recommendations advised by FICMAT. To give you some context, that guidance was when we had roughly 3,500 support requests per year. We now have 25,000 per year. It seems odd that the district approved another FICMAT contract at the last board meeting. What is the point of purchasing their services if we do not adhere to their professional guidance, or do not seek the guidance when making changes that would drastically change a department structure? The FICMAT guidance allowed us to centralize our technology department and build our team to meet ever-changing educational technology needs. Because of this, we were more organized when the COVID pandemic unfolded. Our team deployed iPads, computers to staff and students, hotspots to those without access to Wi-Fi, and worked tirelessly to support staff and students in a remote learning environment, all of which was processed in our district-created device inventory management system, while many other school districts use a spreadsheet. You may not realize this, but our ETS department employs programmers that make magic happen.
Thank you.
Our programmers create programs to keep the district in the cutting edge and automate processes so teachers can focus on students rather than time-consuming paperwork.
Thank you. Welcome.
This brings us to the present, where we now support more.
Yeah.
This brings us to the present. We now support more than 15,000 devices. Our current student device ratio is 18,000 to 1 tech, or 1,800, which is currently over the California average of 1,500 to 1. The current national average is 700 to 1, and the recommended ratio is 500 to 1. With the proposed cuts, we will we will reduce to 3,500 devices to 1 tech ratio, which is double the state average and more than 7 times the national average. Despite this ever-growing workload and facing potential catastrophic cuts in the horizon, we still come in each and every day and provide the best service we can, all because of our current leadership, ETS leadership, Tony Ramirez and Rob Cooper. We know a thing or two about good, effective leaders, considering we've had 5 different supervisors in the last 4 years. The culture fostered by Rob and Tony is positive and inclusive. They inspire innovation, collaboration, professional development, and have elevated the team morale, resulting in increased productivity and job satisfaction. A disruption to this dynamic would not only be disastrous to our department, but it would also be a disservice to our staff and, more importantly, to our students.
Thank you.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. The ETS department has been so successful, our very own district staff newsletter highlighted this fact last Friday. Let me read that quote for you now. The ETS department has been diligently working to ensure that our students and teachers have access to top-notch equipment. In the past year, ETS has organized and collected over 1,000 non-viable devices, translating to approximately $160,000 in savings. This savings is a direct result of our buyback program, which was implemented by Rob Cooper, our director, whose position is set to be eliminated next month. Without a director and site techs, these savings would not be possible, and they will not be possible if the proposed cuts are in place. How do you justify removing a position that actually pays for itself? How do you justify the proposed 25% reduction in staff to the ETS department? How do you tell yourselves that our district, our students, will be better off with these cuts? How do you not see ETS as a fundamental infrastructure that isn't a nice to have, but a need? These are the questions you should be asking yourselves.
Thank you. Welcome.
The ETS department has demonstrated exceptional financial stewardship. Yet you are about to approve a decision that will put our district in jeopardy, largely without any advice from those in this department, including those who worked through the hardship of having open leadership positions. Since we have a current contract with FICNET, we urge you to have them review the ETS department. We urge your decisions to be fact-based and inclusive of all impacted parties, not just the decision or recommendation of one individual. We hope you trust our department's expertise in how we manage technology in our district and support your commitment to fiscal responsibility when prioritizing roles that directly impact student success and operational efficiency. The removal of critical positions from our department, including the Director of Technology, would not only impede our progress, but also undermine the positive strides we have made in enhancing educational experiences for our students and staff. Please look into these cuts further and don't let history repeat itself.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lisa Minato, followed by Eric Nickerson, followed by Mary Lefusse? Lisa Minato?
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lisa Minotto.
I am a 35-year teacher at Cleveland Elementary School. I bring all those years of experience and teaching and training to this district. Additionally, I was born and raised in this community, as were my parents and their siblings. Because I am a native Spanish speaker, I can support my 4 newcomers and 3 second-year EMLs in my class. Although the district has held numerous PDs that focused on Meta, the continual disregard for the needs of our EMLs is blatantly apparent with a number of rifts that cut support for them at all levels. This disregard is also seen in the selection of Wit and Wisdom, a basic ELA program, as our new ELA program for elementary. Its minimal EML support materials were clearly added as an afterthought. EMLs deserve to have instructional materials in their native languages to keep pace with their classmates as they acquire English. Giving them materials in English doesn't make them instantly learn English. Having materials in both languages allows them to access and comprehend the materials as they acquire English. We are told as teachers that our EML test scores need to improve, yet year after year the district fails to make them a priority. Your actions are speaking louder than your words.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Nickerson, followed by Mary LaFace, followed by followed by BJ Lant. Welcome.
Oh, the one in the middle. Folks, my name's Eric Nickerson. I'm here tonight to...
Can you pull the mic up just close?
I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of individuals who I believe personify every child, every chance, every day. It's our campus supervisors, those campus safety people. They're coaches, they're the listeners. They're the ones who deal with the rascals before anybody else gets to them. And I heard they were cutting hours, and I heard they're cutting positions, and it just breaks my heart because those students they work with are the ones who need some love the most, because what they're doing is getting them that attention that they need, but it's not the right kind. And I didn't think I was going to do this, but I'm going to share a very personal story about one of the campus supervisors and an interaction I had last year in May. For the second time in my years in this district, I felt that I was almost going to have to physically defend myself from a student. I had no idea who he was, who was coming at me pretty strong. And if it hadn't have been for Jalen, I don't know what I would have done. I'm 64, I'm 40% disabled, and if I didn't keep backing up and lean back and look and see Jalen at the end of the hall, I don't know if I'd be here right now. To finish that story, that young man retired to the bathroom, and he was found later with bottles and bottles of Ativan and other things on him, so he was not well when this interaction happened. And if it wasn't for that young man, Jalen, I don't know where I'd be. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mary, can you pronounce your last name so that I can say
LaFace.
LaFace, thank you.
My name is Mary LaFace, and I work at SBHS and SBJHS as a choir teacher, and this is my 9th year in the district. I've worked really hard to create a safe place on campus where my students feel supported and feel like they can come to. I personally have put on 4 full choir concerts every year. I take students to perform in the community. I've taken students to see places like New York City, San Francisco, and Orlando, Florida, and I help put on musicals at both schools. All of these activities enrich the curriculum and create real-world connections for my students, all while teaching them life skills and developing school community. I'm here today to talk about some of the cuts that have been proposed. The district is proposing cuts at SBHS to our counseling staff. This will create larger caseloads for remaining staff, and students will be less supported as a result. I personally have had 4 students come to me with significant mental health struggles in the last month and a half alone. Each time I have seen counselors step up to do whatever they can to help these students. Mental health issues are currently on the rise, and many students cannot get the support they need at home. They must have these supports at school. Another cut is at SBJHS. It has been announced that without a change to our bell schedule, the choir program and possibly the band program as well will be cut. There's a strong possibility that there will be no music offered at SBJHS next year. Music in our schools is about creating school community, giving students an opportunity to express themselves and a reason to be at school, and teaching them how to work well with others. Not only is this an injustice to the students of SBJHS, it will also undercut the SBHS music programs. We cannot deny students these vital parts of their education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have BJ Lent, followed by Diana Castro, followed by Kendall Stevens. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, my name is BJ Lent, and I'm a toddler teacher at Santa Barbara High School at the Early Childhood Care Program. But I'm here to talk about all of our children. Our district has the potential to meet the needs of every student. We could be a district that retained the educators they hire by paying a competitive salary and benefits package that kept educators working in Santa Barbara. Then we would be able to hire qualified educators for the empty positions that went unfulfilled this year. Another stick. That would free up educators who are currently working overloads to teach a reasonable schedule and have prep time built into their workday. Another stick. We could retain the counseling staff we currently have, which, while there's not enough to meet the recommended caseload ratio, it is significantly better than doubling the caseload counselors would see with the proposed staffing cuts. We could install air conditioning into every classroom at every school site so students are able to focus on what they are learning rather than the sweat dripping down their faces. Can you add a stick? We could offer elementary students 5 electives per week to enrich instruction and provide all the educators daily prep time. Can you add a stick? And we ensure that every junior high student has a choice of electives during the school day. I'm going to turn it over to Diana.
We could revise the paid time off system to let educators use the 10 days per year they have accrued on whatever they need it for, rather than assigning 4 Pell days and sick days as sick leave requiring a doctor's note. We could provide professional development that is tailored to each educator's position and role and focuses on student learning. We could ensure that our educators are paid for their whole job by adding calendar days at the beginning of the year for the educator roles that need it. We could keep our campus safety assistants on full-time jobs with pay and benefits so that the trusted adult for many students is available throughout the school day. We could retain our ETS staff to ensure student and staff needs are met. We could continue to fund the AVID program so that we can ensure students are college-bound and college-ready. We can ensure our curriculum emphasizes the value of diversity, has built-in bilingual supports, and is appropriate for students' needs.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Kendall Stevens, followed by Nicole Horston, followed by Rick Lashua.
Miss Lambert, could you just make sure those extra marbles so no one falls down? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kendall Stevens. I'm a teacher at La Cumbre Junior High. Today, I stand with my fellow staff members here at La Cumbre to share our concerns with the district's open enrollment policy at the junior high level. The 4 junior highs in our district are affected by the open enrollment policy in disproportionate ways. The district allows large numbers of students to transfer out of our site, which leaves us with low enrollment and making it impossible to offer a robust schedule with electives and other course selections. This policy is inequitable. Students should be offered the same educational opportunities no matter which junior high school they attend. Our site is being asked to solve a problem that the district has created and could easily fix, including teachers at La Cumbre who are forced to work multiple sites due to low numbers of sections. Teachers are forced to teach multiple subjects and electives to maintain a full course load. Additionally, teachers are asked to implement special programs in an attempt to increase enrollment, which would require additional training outside of the workday. All of these factors are additional stress to the heavy workload that our teachers already carry. These are just a few ways that La Cumbre is directly impacted by the open enrollment policy. Offering an option to work a longer day than the other junior highs without compensation is not equitable and not a solution. By enabling transfers, you are not allowing for true diversity in our schools, which is needed to effectively create universal access courses. Lower enrollment affects our ability to balance classes within our master schedule. Even families that want to come to La Cumbre are transferring out because we don't offer the same electives as some of the other junior highs.
Thank you for your
This is not the responsibility of individual schools with declining enrollment to solve. The district can solve this problem and begin to create truly diverse schools by reconsidering the current open enrollment policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Nicole Horston, followed by Rick Lashua. That was Rich Lashua. Yeah. Nicole Horston. Is Nicole out there? All right, we'll put that one to the side. Rick Lashua. Oh. Welcome. You can pull it down, yeah.
Hi, board. Can you hear me? Hi, board. My name is Rick. I am sad and mad. I can't take the music, stagecraft, or film classes at Santa Barbara Junior High next year. And I was looking forward to taking them. Because of proposed cuts, my best friend and I cannot take classes that make school fun. Stop cutting and pay fairly. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Preston Jansen, followed by Rocio Vejar, followed by Kelly Savio. Preston Jansen. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Preston Jansen, and I'm a freshman at San Marcos High School. SEL is an incredibly important and useful tool for managing, recognizing, and controlling your emotions. Being able to manage, recognize, and control your emotions, especially at a young age, especially in a school setting, is incredibly important. Based on my personal experiences, I can tell you without a doubt that all of the SEL knowledge that I have learned over the years, without that, I would not be the high achieving student that I am today. SEL has taught me how to manage my negative emotions and turn them into something less stress inducing, causing me to become more successful in my academics than I ever could have imagined. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Rocio Vejar. Followed by Kelly Savio and Becca Wrench. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Rocio Vejar Montor, and I'm a sophomore at Santa Barbara High School. And it has recently come to my attention that some adults in the education industry or world don't know the importance of SEL. Us youth today have been exposed to, as well as had to overcome many things that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Lockdown in 2020 is a prime example. There was a vast majority of students that were personally affected socially, emotionally, and physically, as well as mentally. SEL is beneficial to both children and adults. It can improve self-awareness, academic achievements, as well as behavior in and outside of the classroom. I personally have not only seen a difference in myself before and after SEL, but in some of my peers as well. SEL can help a shy, timid student flourish into a beautiful, socially proficient person in and outside of school. There are a lot of students who deal with social anxiety. Most have no clue what to do with it, but SEL would have strategies and practices they could use in and out in the real world. If you would like to see the impact SEL has on a student, we invite you to our Sing It Out event on Sunday, April 28th at 6 in the Libero Theater. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Savio, followed by Becca Wrench. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kelly Savio, and I'm a teacher at Dos Pueblos. And I'm here tonight because there seems to be a growing pile of evidence that while we are supposed to be on the same page in our desire to educate and care for the young people in our community, we are in fact not even in the same chapter or in the same book. First, there is your unwillingness to pay the people working directly with our students a fair livable wage, commensurate with our experience, education, and dedication to their jobs. There is further evidence in the way this district has pink slip teachers, bilingual paraeducators, counselors, and our tech support.
Talk to you tomorrow.
One second.
Do we
Sorry,
know?
we're gonna
Yeah.
pause. We're gonna pause. Where?
Yeah, I think you need some tech support.
Miss Savio, would you rather us restart the time for you, or
I think I would. Thank you.
can we restart the clock, please?
So, good evening. My name is Kelly Savio, and I'm a teacher at Dos Pueblos, and I'm here tonight because there seems to be a growing pile of evidence that while we are supposed to be on the same page in our desire to educate and care for the young people in our community, we are in fact not even on the same chapter or in the same book. First, there is your unwillingness to pay the people working directly with our students a fair livable wage, commensurate with our experience, education, and dedication to our jobs. There is further evidence in the way the district has pink slipped teachers, bilingual paraeducators, counselors, and our tech support. And there is more evidence in the enthusiastic support this district has offered to ill-conceived housing projects around town. For some of those proposed developments, including the Glen Annie site adjacent to DP, the fine print contains a sneaky little allowance that says they are exempt from looking at traffic impacts that these projects would have on our area. Your support of this development is also support of turning a blind eye to the traffic impact of 1,000 new homes and how the safety of our students would be detrimentally affected. It's shocking that at a recent meeting at DP about this development, no one mentioned this exemption to a room full of teachers expressing their concerns about traffic and safety. Our students are the ones driving these already heavily congested side streets and off-ramps. They are the pedestrians crossing busy intersections and the bicyclists sharing the road with these cars. Please turn this around and get back on the same page as the rest of us. Thank you.
Next, we have Becca Wrench, followed by Robin Seltzer, followed by Polly Pelly. Welcome.
I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our ETS staff. These folks help our entire district on a daily basis. Without them, this board meeting...
Sorry to interrupt. Can you move the mic closer? We'll restart the clock for you.
Okay. Better? Can you hear me?
Is that better?
Okay. Hi, I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our ETS staff. These folks help our entire district on a daily basis. Without them, this board meeting would not be on Zoom, it would not be recorded, and power presentations would not occur, etc., etc. Save our ETS positions so that staff, students, and families can equally access technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Seltzer, followed by Aliona Jurdeva. Sorry, probably butchered that. Welcome.
Ready?
Hi, I'm Robin Selzer from Dos Pueblos High School. I'm here to once again ask you to put your money where your mouth is when it comes to equity. When you look at all these cuts that people have been talking about, it's really clear from site-based tech support, campus safety officer, AVID sections, bilingual paraeducators, that the people who are most directly involved on the most regular in the most regular way with our neediest students are the ones who are on the chopping block. In many cases, these positions are actually, though unfortunately, some of the least expensive ones for us and represent a great value for our district when it comes to equity. Particularly, bilingual paraeducators are lifelines for our newcomer EML students. They cost us in the neighborhood of $50,000 a year. And I have nothing against this person personally, but you have created a position that was created with temporary funds for here at the district level, and a person is making $275,000 for one job that would pay for 5 to 6 bilingual paraeducators. I really, nothing personal against this person, but I think that if we're going to talk about equity, we have to look at who is working with the students who need the help. And those are the people where we need to be putting our money. We need to be, put our money where our mouth is when it comes to equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know I messed that up. Aliona Jurdeva? Aliona Jurdeva? Oh. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Rogue Lindsay, followed by Jack Reedman, followed by Anamoni Mehta. Welcome.
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. Hi again. It's been a while. And these past few weeks have been, frankly, nothing but disappointing from the district's end. And all of us here know that, but even students who aren't as involved can tell how disappointing these last few weeks have been. You claim to care about students. Your job is literally making sure students are taken care of. Yet, I don't feel cared for. My friends don't feel cared for. The students at my school and others don't feel cared for. That should show in the increase of student speakers these last few meetings. We are tired and angry, and you know who's consistently been there to try and pick up the pieces. Teachers and counselors. I will forever admire the teachers who continue to work under these circumstances, and I don't blame any who have left or thought of leaving. The only people I blame are those who work in the district who continue to blatantly ignore the teachers and community.
Thank you. Jack Reedman, followed by Anamoni Mehta, followed by Henry T. Welcome.
There is no new combination of words I can use to more clearly illustrate the point that the district should pay the teachers what they deserve. I and everybody else who has spoken in these meetings has reiterated this message in every way possible. It is obvious to me that either the board cannot understand the situation, no matter how it is explained, or they are willingly impoverishing our teachers and staff. If the board cannot grasp the issue despite all of our many attempts to have them understand, and if our teachers cannot make them, no one can. That only leaves the other possibility, that the esteemed members of the board do understand that they are intentionally, criminally underpaying some of the most important people in our lives, in spite of this apparent ignorance or apathy. I am here today to say that we will not stop showing up until something is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anamoni Mehta, followed by Henry T., followed by Rosalie Hardwin. Welcome.
So, this thing, okay. So I stepped back from these meetings for a while as my comments seemed unproductive. And this time you have made the situation measurably worse through both action and inaction. I'm just disappointed in your silence, as is everyone.
Thank you. Next, we have Henry T., followed by Rosalie Hardwin, followed by Hosby Galindo. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Henry. I graduated from Center River High School last year, and earlier this year in February, I was at the Honor Band concert, which include performances from musicians in elementary school, junior highs, and all the local high schools. And I was very happy to see people who are in front of me right now at this concert. And that brings me to my point that I wonder if these people know that cutting the music programs at Santa Barbara Junior High is going to hurt this concert, those wonderful musicians that you all heard perform in February. There's going to be less of that next year if you continue with this path of cutting music, not to mention choir and theater, which are also extremely important. That brings me to my point of music really is more than just a hobby or something that you do. It's a place where you can go to be safe. So is choir and theater throughout high school, middle school, and elementary school. These programs give kids reasons to go to school and reasons why they feel safe and included in school environments. And something that makes me very happy is the poetry reading that was at the beginning of this meeting shows that I know that you guys care about art, which was amazing to see. And I really hope that I will see this change unfold in the form of a 7-period day in the local middle schools so that every young musician has a chance to take music year-round. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Rosalie, if you could teach me how to say your last name. Did I do it?
Hardwin.
Hardwin?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, school board members. Good education for our children and grandchildren is vital for their intellectual, emotional, and spiritual development. As we used to say in my day, the 3 R's are the most important: reading, writing, and arithmetic. Of course, history, geography, science, civics, the Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and the Federalist Papers should be taught as well, so children know the basics of how our republic was set up. The art program in our schools is very, very important also, and it should never be eliminated. Many parents and grandparents are very concerned with what is being taught to our children today, namely gender confusion. Telling them that if they are a boy and think they are a girl, then people have to call a boy by pronouns of she and her, and vice versa with telling a girl she can be a boy. This is very confusing to teach children, this gender dysphoria. Not only that, teachers in the school keep this a secret from parents and can even set up appointments for the children without the parents' consent, and they're able to get them puberty blockers and have radical surgeries on these children to change their sexes. This is very harmful to these children under 18 who are just discovering life.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Not you. I just want to remind everybody about the respect for all speakers that come here. So if you have comments, keep them to yourself unless you're on this mic.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is so very harmful for these young children under 18 who are just discovering life and who they are in it without feeding their little innocent minds with all this nonsense about changing their genders. God made man and woman, boy and girl, not 50 different genders.
Thank you for your public comment.
Okay, I don't get to finish a little
Time's
bit more?
up.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up, we have Hosby Galindo, followed by Marina Torres Gross, followed by Peggy Ochoa. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Cabinet. I'm Osby Galindo, SBTA President. First, I want to thank you, local presidents, for supporting us at the last board meeting, and I'm so glad that some of you have come back tonight. We will continue reaching out for your support as our campaign escalates. We appreciate you. Board, so far, this is a year of missed opportunities. One of the biggest opportunities we are missing right now is the opportunity to make the best offer we can to the employees we want to recruit for next year. Instead of evaluating that better offer, potential new employees, even some of our current employees, are evaluating whether this is really the place for them next year. Santa Barbara students deserve educators who want to be here and can afford to stay here. I hope you'll take the next opportunity you have to settle this conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Marina Torres Gross, followed by Peggy Ochoa, followed by Vicky Haynes. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Marina Torres Gross. I teach early childhood education in Santa Barbara Unified. I am one of the 15 certificated teachers to receive a layoff notice. This year has been a series of unfortunate events for me, but none was more surprising than the layoff notice I received in March. The after-school program was done away with, leaving its teachers without jobs for next year, and I had no idea that this would directly affect me. I was called in and told that because some of the ASP teachers had more seniority than me and had ECE experience, they would bump me from my position. Next year would have been my 10th year working for the district, or hopefully it will be. I have one big question for the board and the superintendent. How much money are you saving by eliminating the part-time after-school teachers and the 2 full-time preschool positions that we've been given notice of? You talk a lot about being our littlest learners are so important, but yet you teach us, you're treating us as if we are expendable. You know, just saying. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Ochoa, followed by Vicky Haynes, followed by Carolina Bate. Welcome.
Hello, Peggy Ochoa here. I'm one of the district liaisons who received a pink slip, but I'm not here to advocate for that position because due to a lucky coin toss, I get to go back to my position as youth outreach worker along with another youth outreach worker, but I need help. It's not going to be possible to help these students with just both of us since the other youth outreach worker positions are being cut. So I wanted to say that I'm here to be a voice for those students who might lose their trusted adult, and they feel that they are already going up against the school system and don't feel heard. These were the words that I received from a student who reached out. The district shared relationship framework with all teachers and staff recently. The framework is part of the district's integrated wellness approach as part of MTSS. It describes how trusted adults express care for students, challenge them to grow, provide support, and expand their possibilities. Who are some of these trusted adults? Youth outreach workers, campus safety assistants, paraeducators, curriculum specialists, and yes, even our tech support. So I haven't heard a lot about advocating for youth outreach workers because they're separate from other people. And I say this because including some of the teachers in this room think that our work is not valued. They express that we shouldn't reward students who ditch class, have bad grades, get caught smoking, should be rewarded with experiences like field trips and group meetings and gifts. So I need support with youth outreach workers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vicky Haynes, followed by Carolina Bate, and we'll finish with Angel Hernandez. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Vicky Haynes, and I want you to know that AVID changed my life. As a tutor in the AVID program at Grossmont Unified, it was my first job in education, one that is now 30 years in the making. I don't think I would have become a teacher without it. Since then, it has continued to change my life as I have had a front row seat to the beauty of students achieving all they set out to achieve. Watching first-generation students become teachers in our district, doctors in our hospitals, community leaders in our government institutions, I have learned more about teaching and learning, and most importantly, I'm always inspired to have hope. As someone with my 7th AVID cohort, I can tell you that we are the support that students say changed their lives. I think we should be throwing every support we can to make sure that continues. I've seen that support ebb and flow, with my best outcomes coming from the years in which I had a principal who was going to make sure we had everything we needed. At the time, my principal gave us sections to run a full year program at each grade level, accepted my input as to which teachers would make a great, at the time, REACH teachers, it wasn't AVID at the time, gave me a release period in the spring to coordinate the program, and gave us a supply budget. Our field trips were paid for through partnerships with Cal Soap, and we had a dedicated counselor who helped get parents involved in their students' college-going process. I have been around for the pendulum swings of budgets and have seen us mitigate different funding scenarios, some with success, some not so much. I'm happy to help in any way to put AVID in its historical context of closing the achievement gap in our district, and to help explain why both at the site level and the district level we need to prioritize, not just in words, but with our budget and our master schedule allocations for this program.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Next, we have Carolina Bate, followed by Angel Hernandez.
Good evening. From the health education textbook, an embryo is defined as a developing baby during the embryonic stage. The book also describes how food and oxygen are necessary for the, quote, developing baby. In addition to the beating heart, fingerprints, nerve endings, and distinctly unique human DNA. The humanity of the unborn baby cannot be denied. And yet, in Chapter 20, abortion is taught as, quote, a procedure to end a pregnancy. How can this contradiction be? We need to ask, since the unborn baby is a person, and abortion ends the life of the unborn baby, are we not then, by transference, teaching that killing is acceptable? Of course, no school would ever teach students that murder is okay. Yet, how else can teaching abortion be explained? We need to think very carefully about what we have been led to believe. We need to use our intellect to faithfully observe and acknowledge reality, and use our conscience to discern the difference between right and wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
I had a few speaker slips that were handed to me before it closed, and so I had them in a separate space. We have 5 more. So it's Angel Hernandez, followed by Joel Block, followed by Brianna Serrato. Welcome.
I'm here once again, sadly, fighting for my education, being the voice of many that are being affected by your destructive decisions, even though you make every attempt to silence us by adding your time limit. I have a genuine question. When will you stop attacking and putting obstacles in front of our education? Not only do we have teachers fighting for a fair wage, but now cutting electives at the junior high level that are a gateway to their high school counterparts? You are taking the students' chance away, as if to say, you don't deserve these opportunities. As a high school student, I have become aware of the importance of feeling valued and safe. Now, you are also taking that away from us by diminishing supporting staff, such as campus security and counselors. When will I have the opportunity to be a student and not worry what your next attack will be? When will you give me the chance to just be a student and be a kid? Just let me worry about my homework and when my next test will be. Why are you forcing me to grow up so fast? I feel that I have to be babying the district on these problems, constantly reminding you who your priority should be. I'll give you a moment to let that sink in. hope the image is clear enough now.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joel Block, followed by Brianna Serrato, followed by Roberta Ortega. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Behind you is the statement, "We prepare students for a world yet to be created." While that may be accurate, it is important to remember that we must also prepare our students for the world we have currently created. When we think about our students' current world, we should not be thinking of the Earth, not of the U.S., not of California, not even of Santa Barbara. For our students, their current world is focused on their school. And what have we shown them? What have we created? We have shown them that the district is more concerned for itself than doing what is best for students. We have shown them that the district is more interested in appearance than doing what is needed. We have shown them that the teachers are not treated by the district or the board as partners. We have shown them that the district and the board is more interested in the financial bottom line than paying to keep good quality teachers. Students have shown that they understand this. They have shown that they know that teachers are underpaid, undervalued, underappreciated. They have protested against the district and the board in large numbers and continue to be represented here, begging the board and district to offer a fair salary to all, and then shown that their voice, their needs, their hopes will not be fulfilled by the district nor by the board. This is the world that you, the district and board, have created. The end result is that students and our school communities are going to have to deal with the consequences of your actions. To paraphrase what my co-religious and I did last night at our end of our Passover Seder, this year we're in wage slavery. Next year we will be in wage freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brianna Serrato, followed by Roberta Ortega, and our last speaker is Manuel Gomez. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Brianna Serrato. My pronouns are she, her, aya, and I am a constituent of the district as well as a parent of two kiddos that are fall within the marginalized category. And at our SEEK meeting, the Special Education Advisory Committee meeting, when we went over the 4 LCAP goals for the upcoming next 3 years, we were instructed that the reason that SPED was not the 4th goal was that the tier goals 1, 2, and 3 would be encompassing all marginalized students. So it would cover all of the students that count for Title I, for special education, for English learners, and so forth. So it was really interesting seeing that goal 4 this year is required to be for the alternative high schools, and yet the district is proposing to have cuts that hit directly to there, as well as cuts that are affecting special education, our English multilingual learners, with bilingual paraeducators, and all of these other positions. So as a constituent and as a parent and as somebody that's really involved and I dive deep, I'm really confused as to how this budget process is going, how these cuts are being made, how the rifts are going out, because it really feels like it's a cat and mouse kind of playing chicken and shell game of, okay, we're going to cut these positions, and then, oh, are we going to get the negotiations to get done? And how is it that the LCAP funds are going to be figured out, and also these positions outside of the LCAP funds? It seems chicken and the egg, really, really hard.
Thank you. Roberta Ortega, followed by Manuel Gomez. Welcome.
Good evening. Sorry. I only have a few seconds per topic, so I'm going to go quick. I'm here to speak against the district proposed cuts for next year, specifically impacting my sites, Santa Barbara Community Academy, and I've heard other people speak about the same thing, that many of these positions are really not costing you that much, or getting way more for your money than you are spending, and they are serving our most needy and vulnerable students. So first, our bilingual paraeducator, who is crucial for our newcomers and EML students. We have students coming in as recently as last week. I got a new student that does not speak any English, and they make the new reading program digestible for those students that, as you heard another speaker say before, it does not have a lot of support. You're cutting our TOSA, who's on special assignment, who's implementing 2 new programs, Foundations and Wit and Wisdom, and supporting all the teachers, kindergarten through sixth grade. You're cutting our 3 curriculum specialists who are our dream team. We gave them capes. They're like teaching after school enrichment classes and acting class and art class and helping the students in reading and math. And again, our most vulnerable students. And I have to save my last 20 seconds for ETS because reason we have this on film and are able to broadcast it on YouTube and are able to have all the support that we have during testing. And I can personally attest to Cliff and Adam over here that they support us during when we need them the most and have saved me out of many jams. And so please, I urge you to reconsider the cuts that you are making because they do not make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Last, we have Manuel Gomez. Welcome.
Good evening. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to many individuals who have made a significant impact to my journey here. Thank you to the Yals like Angela at Santa Barbara Junior High, paraeducators like Daniel and Stephanie at Roosevelt, speech therapists like Ms. McDonald and Ms. Murphy, Mr. Emmett Jenkins, the AOK staff, and all other classified personnel. Most importantly, I am especially grateful for the teachers and the students who inspire us to do our best work every day. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone in the ETS department for their unwavering support. Thank you. In the words of Kobe Bryant, if you do it right, the game will live on in others. You'll be imitated and emulated by those you played with, those you played against, and those who never saw you play at all. So leave everything on the court. Leave the game better than you found it. And when it comes time for you to leave a legend. Thank you very much to Mr. Cooper and Mr. Ramirez for the positive impact in our department and your ability to cultivate a healthy work environment that motivates us to approach every day with a positive mindset and an attitude. And with this spirit of gratitude, to emphasize the importance of maintaining a positive and strong ETS department, our team has shared the key points that ensure the ongoing success of our department and the continuing support for our schools. We are finally getting back on our feet after the pandemic. We are finally moving in the right direction. Please consider retaining the site techs and the director position in ETS so that the students and the teachers are not impacted by such a heavy loss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And yes, we called her and she didn't answer, so yeah, we could do that one. Nicole, what was the last name again? Horston? Nicole? Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Horston. I am a parent of a student at Santa Barbara High School. He's a freshman. I'd just like to share a personal story regarding my introduction to the music arts and how it changed my outlook on life. I was never a good student and did poorly in my classes in elementary school. I was told I was never going to be really anything, and I was pretty average at best. I was introduced to music more as a means to get out of class for an hour or a few times a week, more than really any real interest in playing music and learning an instrument. I didn't expect to like it, and I didn't expect to be told that I was talented. As a young girl who lived with her single mother, and my grandparents, English was not spoken much at home, as you can imagine. I had self-esteem issues and was really quite shy. The newfound talent of playing music brought me enjoyment along with the camaraderie, teamwork, and discipline it took playing the cornet up until senior year in high school. I realized that as you as administrators like to look at measurement of success on test scores, but test scores are only part of the experience of going to school and cannot be measured in true or false multiple or choice questions. Classes such as band, theater, and dance teach the ability to find something that most students can't find. It's uplifting, it's enjoyable, it gives you sometimes an outlet that you can't get at home. And I just really would appreciate if you would just keep the arts funded. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to do some agenda management. I'm going to ask, I believe the Oversight Committee is waiting to report. So I'm going to move us to the report from the Oversight Committee addressing hateful bias and anti-Black language and actions. Are they here? There they, okay, yes, thank you. Board members, as you know, this is a continuous meeting. Please make sure you have self-care.
Good evening, Board and President Sims Moten, Board, and Dr. Maldonado. It is a privilege that I introduce the Oversight Committee Chair, Dr. Michelle Grue, and Oversight Committee Member Brianna Cerrato, who will both be presenting to the Board updates on the most recent work of the Oversight Committee. As you may recall, the purpose of the committee is to ensure the recommendations from the District Racial Climate Report and the Combating Anti-Blackness Working Group recommendations. And with that, I turn it over to Michelle and Brianna.
I brought my laptop today so I can actually see these notes a little easier than on my phone. So first, I just want to say thank you for taking the time and providing us the space and resources to do this important work. Can you guys hear me all right? Okay, great. So at first, I just want to thank Brianna, who is still getting over being sick and still schlepped her way over here to do both public comment and just to make sure I wasn't the only one talking tonight. And thank you to the rest of our committee members who were able to be here tonight. If you can move to slide 3. Is it here? Oh, I got it. Never mind. There we go. Okay. So first I wanted to talk about work that we have been, oh, do you want to come up? Yeah, okay, great. So we're going to talk about work we've been doing so far, and then we will progress to talking about work that is in the planning stages, and then some recommendations that we have moving forward that we want to make sure was shared with you as the board and with the community.
Hello again. All right. So the short-term work to be accomplished for the 23-24 school year, this is our work that's underway and ongoing. We've continued to make improvements to reporting and communication processes regarding the 3 Rs and the UCP complaint procedures. Our goal is to have completed by the end of the school year that the district has updated to ensure the link to the 3 Rs is easily accessible on the district and school site website pages. We also are encouraging them to be in each school handbook, including the school site safety plans, which will be discussed later today. And FYI, they're not in it. Also, physical postings in plain sight at school sites. Those are the blue background 3R posters with white writing and big old QR code. Also, we are asking to receive a regular report on the number of UCP complaints that were initiated through the 3R process. All right, our work that's been completed since the last report to you guys. Again, suggested improvement for 3R data collection and reporting processes that had been adopted. This included refining tracking of the anti-Black incidences and other protected categories and classes. Yes, of course.
I just wanted to provide a bit more detail there, just to say that initially the reports went to Anna, but there was no tagging process so that we could keep track of races of students, ethnicity, gender, etc. And so that would make it difficult to then go back and analyze the collected data to see if there are trends and to tag school sites, etc. So we mostly that we've discussed and Anna has started implementing, being able to actually see that data and track that from, was it 2 months ago that you started doing that? Almost 3 months ago, yeah. So that way when we do an end of year survey of the data, we can actually really look at the finite details of what's going on much more easily than just digging through and looking at each individual report.
Thank you. Let's see. We have also formed subcommittees to collaborate with the different district equity leads on shaping school site anti-bias initiatives, provide feedback and assistance to the cultural and linguistic curriculum review, which Michelle will be talking about in just a bit. Also, addressed individual anti-Black incidents through local educator expertise, including support for other educators. That is mainly with our other Oversight Committee member, Kareem Battles. Yep, sorry, I'm still getting over the fatigue and mental fog. All right, and then we also performed an audit of school site web pages for links to the UCP and also the 3R reporting process. So again, another surprising fact of most of them don't have it. And so this was brought up to Anna and Steve and some of the other administrators that were at the last meeting, because that's when I saw the deep dive and gave them a nice little spreadsheet. And hopefully all of your websites are going to be nice and organized and easy to access, because they're off all around. So we're providing good work, we promise. And then I think next slide is you. Yep.
So some of the work that we're currently doing is collaborating with the district to, and our district liaisons, Anna and Steve, to review the existing anti-bias programs, because we know that there are modules that have been put out, not just with the 3R process, but trainings that teachers have been doing with greater and lesser amounts of protected time to do that training. So we want to look at what actually exists before we make any decisions and suggestions about what new things should be implemented. And we have also been in the process of developing more subcommittees than those initially mentioned. So myself and Art Nelson Concordia are working as curriculum liaisons. I've been spearheading the K through 6 Wit and Wisdom connection, and Art Nelson, as an ethnic studies specialist, is spearheading the secondary side of things. For policy, Teresa Martinez and Brianna, as needed, have been working and deep diving, looking at the policy and oh, sure, yes, thank you. I am doing it on my computer and not on the screen. Great. I'm used to teaching where my computer controls all the things. Thank you for the reminder. And then in terms of equity leads liaison, Kareem has taken the lead on that, and then Brianna is also subbing in as needed in that area. And for community outreach, Kemba, who's kind of already been doing that work anyway, is going to be stepping up into the role of making sure that we're connecting to different community constituents, particularly in the Black community in Santa Barbara. So speaking of curriculum subcommittees, I wanted to give an update on the work that I've been doing with the Wit and Wisdom review that the Culturally and Linguistically Responsible Curriculum Review Committee has been doing. My role has really been just to be a support and to provide feedback and resources. They're the ones doing the full-time labor, so I want to just make sure to uplift that. The two areas I've mostly been working with have been both in giving feedback during the brainstorming of addressing the 5th grade module in Wit and Wisdom that addresses the Civil War. The main problem was that the module itself does not address slavery. The first page of the module says that if your students have not yet learned about enslavement, you will need to do that before this unit, because we don't do that. So that's obviously an issue. Like, we can't teach a whole unit on the Civil War without making sure students have learned about slavery and its impact on the Civil War. And so they've been doing extensive work preparing basically a 4-day supplement to the module and training 5th grade teachers on how to do that. So I was just there during the brainstorming, gave some feedback, helped with resource them with things I knew about that were related to those areas, and then also linking them to Kareem, who has his own extensive work, especially around addressing the N-word, because we have noticed that 5th grade is a particular time in which use of the N-word increases, and so they've worked that into the module in terms of some of the inheritances we have from the times of enslavement in our country is the use of the N-word and why it is negatively impactful when it is used. And so that's one of the things I've been working on them with. And then the second, which is the pictured book, Blood on the River, is from the 6th grade Wit and Wisdom set of modules. And in that particular book, some of my research students and I, we read the whole thing, use there's a culturally responsive scorecard created by NYU that we use to evaluate the text and some of the curriculum materials. And the major concerns, even though there were positives about the book, was that there are several examples where the main character who travels across from England to be part of the Jamestown colony, who's also a boy around the same age as the 6th graders, who he and the other people on the ship refer to the indigenous people as savages, animals, and worse. They refer to Pocahontas, the only real female character that we meet among the indigenous, as, is it a buck? Is it a woman? They refer to the indigenous as fearsome devils, creatures, and monsters, all by page 32. The book also makes indigenous people out to be nearly cartoonish villains, which might create an extremely uncomfortable environment for the indigenous students we know are in our classrooms. And it is not until 2/3 of the way into the book that the main character begins to realize that, oh, the indigenous do have ways of learning and knowing and being that are worthwhile and in many ways better than our ways of knowing and doing and being. One of the students said, as someone with indigenous roots, this was an uncomfortable read, and we are obviously concerned about making sure that that the teachers in our district are properly equipped to guide our students through this unit, as if those that are teaching it. And I also provided suggestions on, like, if we need to replace the text, here are some suggestions. If we are going to teach the text, these are things we need to do to supplement so that this voice, Elisa Carbo, not an own voice, indigenous writer, so that indigenous voices are included in their process of reading through this unit. Most of those suggestions also tie into the curriculum goals of the unit, which are about source analysis and being able to read informational texts. And so there are many points in the curriculum where there's the potential for them to actually do some real critical thinking and analysis. The current unit kind of glosses over that. So, the curriculum is very... the curriculum committee has a lot of work ahead of them to address these issues, but they are doing that work. Ed Services, I think, is reporting their work via a written report, and I'm not sure in what way that's going to be shared with the community, so maybe that's something that the board can speak to at some point. And then Brianna's going to talk for a minute, give me a break.
All right, so in preparation for the upcoming school year of 24-25, we are hoping that by August 2024 that with our liaisons we'll be able to have formalized the oversight committee as a board recognized and approved advisory board. We also are hoping to evaluate new and ongoing professional learning for all staff, including and beyond just the app module work, and provide recommendations to the district based on these evaluations. We also will continue to review past surveys of the community to inform decisions on anti-bias programs and services, with addressing key points of repeated anti-Black incidences, including the use of the N-word. So one of the things that we're looking for when we're asking for the various stats from Anna and Steve is specifically at school sites. Does it seem like that it's happening in a certain population of one grade, one classroom? Is it happening with lots of the students or only a couple of them? Also, are some of these instances with staff, and being able to then target more that way versus just a blanket, the whole district.
All right, you got me. Okay, so then we obviously have some recommendations that we'd like to share with the board. First, we want to make sure that we're keeping at the forefront the main goal, which is improving the safety and holistic wellness of Black students in the district. I will say that I think my committee members and I will agree that we've been playing a lot of catch up of trying to figure out like what's actually going on here in the district, and also like getting the resources that we need in a way that is organized and accessible and in a timely manner. And so we're doing a lot of like treading water, figuring out what's going on here. And we really want the work for 24-25 to be very focused on the main goal for why this committee exists, which is making sure that students feel safe in our schools and that staff feel safe in our schools. So we want that to be the forefront. We also are wanting to make sure that there's support dedicated and compensated. So for all the professional development work that we've recommended on the previous slide, that's all things that we think that our teachers deserve to have paid time to go through, as opposed to having to fit it into their day somehow. We want to make sure that that work identifies and addresses blind spots and biases, that they are learning and using anti-bias and anti-racist pedagogical principles, and that they are providing, that the district is providing culturally competent moderators to any group trainings that are happening to mitigate potential harm. And of course, we also want to make sure that there's a multi-year plan of action that is crafted, and that is part of the reason why our goal is that by the beginning of next school year, that this is a official group, so that we can actually have practices for how we're going to go ahead and maintain this space so that the work continues, instead of it being something that has to be kind of redone every year or every couple of years. Lastly, I wanted to just share a couple of things. First, that we received fairly late actually through the last district report to the board about the district's work around this, as opposed to our committee work around this, what the actual district funded goals were for addressing hateful, biased, and anti-Black actions. And those have been quite illuminating and have guided our conversation since the March report. And so we just hope that we can have access to anything that is past been created, so that we know okay, well, this is what the district's ideas were for what we were doing, and that we're addressing those things, as opposed to finding out later. We also have been concerned that certain staff we have worked with across the units, as we've been trying to do more of the subcommittee work, have been caught up in which district, which committee, and which district employee is doing what work, when as an oversight committee, we're overseeing the whole district's work to make sure that Black students feel safe in our district. And so it shouldn't matter whether the person who's in charge of, say, the curriculum review committee or the equity liaisons or anything else, whether those people are under Steve and Anna, right? As a committee that's supposed to be overseeing the entire district's work, everyone should be wanting us to be there and be able to see what is going on, how can we help to do this. So I think that having communication from the board down to district staff that this is something that they all need to be on board with would be super helpful, so that we're not constrained by having to navigate the inner politicking of the different roles, because we don't have time for that. We have 4 or 5 meetings a year and then everything else we're doing outside of our meeting time, most of us are not being paid for this work. And so we want to make sure that that's really clear. Lastly, I just want to say that I think that the $200,000 budget that for the grant that we received from the DEI grant from the state, we think that a significant portion of those funds should go not to like bringing in outside people and like paying for expensive apps and things, but we think a significant portion should go towards providing mini grants to people within the district who are already doing equity work, so that our staff who are already overworked and about to be more overburdened if there are the cuts that have already been discussed this evening, so that they have a way to actually receive compensation for the labor they're doing to address equity issues in our schools. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a request to speak?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
1 second.
Yeah, I'll sit down in a second.
3 minutes. Yeah. We have, I believe, 5 virtual public speakers, and we'll start with those folks and then do the in-person folks. Our first virtual public speaker is Connie Alexander, followed by Matt Richardson and Sarah Bazan.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, thank you. So first, I want to continue to thank the committee for all this hard work and focus and keeping us all focused, which is so difficult in any of these circumstances to keep everybody together and focused. So thank you very much to the committee. I have 4 little quick points here. The first was that so Connie Alexander, let me make sure, the Santa Barbara NAACP president. And so I really would like to say 4 things real quickly, is that we hope that this will become a standing committee with a board member attached to it. The longevity cannot be lost, and all of this hard work cannot be lost. And along with that, we'd like to request that the name of this committee be changed. Oversight has a particularly difficult space in our history as Black people. So we'd like to make the recommendation that this be called the African American Black Student Excellence Advisory Committee, because we're striving towards excellence. And we are using the word Black in this because we want to make sure we recognize the universality of what is Blackness and that there's a uniting of that. Secondly, we really want to support that there's deeper training for teachers to address issues of pedagogy and bias in that pedagogy, and that they be paid for that work, because the process of unlearning takes time and it takes money to be able to do that. We do continue to hear from our parents of Black students some of the daily negative and harmful experiences. So if all of this work is not focused on that daily lived experience, then we are off track. Some of our students have even banned their parents from talking about it because they feel so upset they don't even want to talk about it anymore. And one 9th grader said, "Mom, I don't see if anything's really changed since whenever." So we want to put this back towards them, and we want to see them, the students, as a part of this process, so it moves forward, so they see, because they're not here tonight, they're in bed, maybe, or getting close to it. And then this committee's work is so essential. Look at the work about this textbook, which in the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. I mean, if they hadn't brought this to our attention, would we have known in time for you all to go do the work to fix it? And so that's why this is so important, so that there's clarity within the process is really essential. So we really want to see that happen and get rid of the part that has to do with too much bureaucracy. And finally, we ask that you continue to think, how are you going to add more Black parents to this group, more professional community members that have some amazing lived experience that could come and be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Richardson, followed by Sarah Bazan, and followed by Bianca Duran.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you all. I just want to say that I am a student of I'm a parent of a Black child in Santa Barbara schools, and I want to really support the work of this committee. And I can tell, because I worked on the Combating Anti-Blackness Working Group, um, uh, for a long time, and I can tell that they've been doing a tremendous amount of work, and I truly appreciate what they've been doing. And I really hope that the school board is listening to their recommendations and also listening to what they've been unearthing in the curriculum, as well as listening to their recommendations for supporting uh, uh, actual in-person and continued training of the teachers, paying those teachers for that time, as well as staff, other staff people, to make sure that people know how to deal with the situation in terms of anti-Black uh, a- actions, language, violence on campus. My child continues to have just what she describes is just nightmarish. And also, the teachers don't seem to know exactly how to respond. And so, actually having an investment in training these professionals in what to do and what kind of language and how to respond, and how to actually do kind of effective correction of students when they step out of line is incredibly important, as well as the administrators of the school. They all need this kind of information. And again, I really applaud the work of the committee. That kind of granular curricular uh, 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 analysis takes a lot of effort and a lot of time, and they've done a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Bazan. And I got a note saying Bianca Duran is not going to give their public comment. So, Kim sorry. Yeah. Is Sarah online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Thank you, board members, for your service. I am a concerned community member and the mother of Santa Barbara School District alumni. I've worked in the children's mental health system of care for many years, both in the nonprofit world and at the County of Santa Barbara. I've been in the front lines of the devastating and traumatic effects of racism on our children. It is extremely important that the school district continues to combat racism and to support the Black students and families so that we can promote an overall safer and healthier environment for all our youth. I strongly support that the Black Student Oversight Committee become a standing committee with a board member attached. It is obvious that a standing committee is needed, not only to address the racist behaviors of the students and staff, but to ensure that the curriculum does not perpetuate racism as well. The fact that the recent textbooks bought by the districts were blatantly racist speaks to the strong need for this committee to be standing and ongoing. It's obvious that the district needs support and education on these matters and should have the committee review textbooks before they are purchased. Teachers and administrators need to be extensively trained with experts who have lived experience. Online modules is not effective from my experience. Cultural sensitivity takes time to develop, and it is through actual interactions with real people that more meaningful learning can take place. Culturally competent moderators should be part of the process so no harm is done, and it should be an ongoing part of paid professional development. Having an established Black Student Oversight Committee is essential to promote healing from the wounds and the blindness that systemic racism has brought to our society and our community. We must do all we can to prevent the perpetuation of racist ideologies in our schools and the erasure of the histories and the experiences of people of color in our curriculums and pedagogies, in order to create a strong and unified community absent of the hate and violence against African Americans and other marginalized groups. Given the long history of systemic racism, it will take consistent and careful attention to promote the change that we need to create a safe and secure learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Kim online?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, Board President and Board members. As a parent in the district, I'm speaking tonight in support of the recommendations made by the Combating Anti-Blackness Work Group. Many of the members in this work group have lived experience and expertise that warrant these recommendations. The first recommendation is to formalize the Oversight Committee as a board recognized and approved advisory body. On June 9th, 2020, this board adopted a resolution declaring that all students deserve justice, equity, and freedom, and that this board would, quote, work together to address the structural racism that creates economic, educational, and social disparities. I believe part of this commitment would be to formalize this oversight committee or this committee with a board member attached to it. This would be a step of accountability and show your commitment to combating anti-Blackness in our district. The June 9th resolution states that SBUSD is committed to an ongoing movement of critical reflection and honest conversation in school communities as it relates to racial injustice. It further states that SBUSD is not immune to incidents of racial justice and that it would respond swiftly and thoughtfully when the district encounters intolerance, inequity, and bias on our campuses, and that they would allocate resources to that end. The work group has asked that the board dedicate and compensate time for extensive professional development in 2024-25 for all staff that go beyond the app work module work. Funding and providing extensive professional development is part of the resolution you passed in 2020. This must be done. Further recommendations include keeping at the forefront the safety and holistic wellness of Black students in the district, addressing key points of repeated anti-Black incidents so these don't continue to happen over and over again, and to co-craft a multi-year plan of action to build and sustain anti-bias work for years to come. I trust that you will continue to keep the promises the district made in the resolution back in 2020, and now the work continues on in the Combating Anti-Blackness Work Group. Please formalize this work group tonight and fund this work group and the staff and teachers that participate in these trainings and the mini grants that were suggested tonight. This work must continue and is critical to our district. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will move into in-person public comment, and we will start with Barbara Parmet. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, board. I just wanted to suggest that Connie Alexander's renaming of the committee should be in effect, because oversight is not a welcome name for this kind of committee. And I'm also here to extend the principles of anti-bias and anti-Black pedagogy. As part of these principles, it's essential to make this kind of committee a standing committee, complete with the board member attached. Without constant attention on the use of hateful language and actions, there is little hope of shifting the district culture. This is a challenge that must be met with the full force of our concentrated awareness. We cannot let up our attention on conduct that undermines everything that a liberated education stands for. And as part of that commitment, it only makes sense to hire more culturally competent people to train all workers in the district. This harm prevention training should always be paid for training for our teachers during professional development. By paying our teachers to learn these principles, we are saying they are not optional. Our teachers must understand that there are consequences of anti-Blackness in any form. I appreciate all that has been done to get the district to this place. We must move all our Black students to feel they are each honored as full human beings who can be safe on our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Cressida Silvers. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, President Sims Moten, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I'm Cressida Silvers, and I'm a parent of 3 children in the district. And I'm here to express my appreciation for the ongoing work of the committee addressing hateful, biased, and anti-Black actions, and acknowledging just the tremendous job that they're doing. Thank you. I'm also here in support of their recommendations that the committee is putting forth tonight, particularly the specific recommendations regarding dedicated and compensated professional development, the formalization of the committee into an advisory body with an associated board member, and formulating a multi-year plan of action. The recommendations tonight are essential aspects of making sure that their impressive work this year is not just a one-and-done exercise, but rather the foundation for a long-term, sustainable, and real change towards improving the safety and the well-being of Black students in our district, and by extension, Black families throughout our community, and doing this as soon as possible and for years to come. So thank you, and thank you for your service and your commitment to our communities.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Right, thank you. Board members, any comments and questions? Mr. Escobedo?
Can I just, sorry, were you going to add something? No. I just want to state to the committee that the board has received the report on the culturally and linguistically review of the work that was done by you. We chose not to create a whole other report on that for tonight. So I just want to make sure that the committee knows that. And also, some of those actions that were recommended for teachers were done in the March 6th Professional Learning Day, Ms. Alvarado. Is that correct? So that, can you just come up and explain a little bit of that? I think there was a little bit of a missed communication. I just want to make sure that the committee understands what has been done already.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for all your collaboration. So we have been working very closely with the team. The committee at the district level was formed, as a result of the committee that was selecting the materials last year. So as a result of that, the resources that we were receiving and the curriculum we were selecting, we formed a committee and we started that process back in March of last year. And through that process, that committee was finally formed and started the work this school year. And we selected the tool we were going to utilize to review all of our curriculum material, including Wit and Wisdom and also CKLA. Also, we partner with our professor as well from UC Santa Barbara so that they can provide us with some recommendations, and they gave us an extensive review of that information. We met as a department to determine what needed to happen in terms of communicating to our teachers, what type of professional development was going to be needed, and also information for our principals and our parents. And we had that process that happened back in March 6th to be exact, as the information was shared with our principals and our teachers. So a lot of the work has happened. You have the report about all the amazing work that that has been done by the committee that it was formed and is at the district level.
Sorry, just one more. Ms. Edison, did you want to add anything on the 3 Rs, the posters or the safety plans? I'm sorry, the inclusion of it on the safety plans part.
Yes, the recommendation for the 3 Rs to be included in the safety plans was shared at the last meeting I attended. We went out for student input on the actual poster that we are using. The Superintendent Student Advisory Council said too many words, kids don't read all that, and so they gave a bunch of input on how do we rebrand that flyer. As soon as it is done, it will be inserted in the safety plans.
Ms. Edison, can you remind me of the 3 Rs?
Yes, recognize,
Okay.
respond, report.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, board members and committee. I just wanted to make sure you heard some of that work that's still ongoing.
Mr. Escobedo, any comments?
Yeah. First off, thank you. You have already done so much work. I want to thank staff that have been working with you as well. And I also want to hear you about the frustrations of the bureaucracy, right? I think working with any agency, there's always bureaucracy, and I would love to promise you that we could make it all go away, but where we can identify obstacles and build ways around it that are far easier and far more accessible, we absolutely, I think everyone up here is committed to that. I had a couple of questions. So one of my, you got me at the very beginning when you started talking about data collection and how you were tracking data so that we could be really intentional about how we respond or how we're building our strategic plan over the next couple of years. That's really helpful.
Yeah.
But I'm also wondering, are we tracking how teachers and staff are responding to incidents to also figure out where are areas of opportunity where we might have to build capacity amongst our staff?
Yeah, I think that Anna will probably have some things to say about that, but just really quickly, I wanted to say that one of the things that Brianna and I and other committee members have been wondering if it's within our purview to suggest, but one, we would love to know what the process is for hearing back, what different units have done with the recommendations we've given, because this is our first time hearing that the March 6th meeting and whatnot had happened, and so it'd be helpful for us to know what happens when we've shared this stuff through our district liaisons. So I think just improving those communication pathways will be helpful, but then also to the piece of how are teachers and staff responding, but I think also how are parents and students perceiving the process. I think that a regular survey process, not necessarily something that's as large as the surveys that were done a couple of years ago, but something that's just an ongoing piece of after you've submitted something through the 3Rs or through the UCP process, whether you're a staff member or a faculty member or a parent or student, that there's a secondary piece of okay, you've done this, it's you've been through parts of this process, how did you feel the process went for you? Because I think that that's going to be important both for making sure that we can see over time how teachers and staff are feeling in terms of are these trainings that they're going through making them feel more equipped to recognize and respond, right? And then also knowing what needs to be reported versus what is just a conversation that had happened at the school playground and everyone's fine now and okay, maybe there doesn't need to be a report, but for things that are to be able to navigate that process mindfully, but also so that parents and other community members feel like they have an active voice in this process, because I think that certainly my experience as a Black parent in the district is that when these events happen, we find out only if they've reached a certain level, only if they're communicated through Parent Square, and then we never know what the follow-up has been. And obviously some of that needs to be kept anonymous for the sake of the students and families. But I think the community in general would like to feel that the people who are doing the work trying to make this better for Black students and community members, that they have a way to speak through to us.
So just to add more clarity to the reporting process, we do tag the reports as being racially motivated or other, and we're also looking at how we can help guide administrators who are handling situations. So if things come across as being needing support, we offer that, and or administrators also reach out to us and ask for suggestions and resources to support students. But I agree, there's more work to be done in that space.
So we are providing resources. We are checking in during each of these incidences with the folks that are responding. We're just not collecting the data point.
So the data point, we need to come up with a way of coding incidents as they come in, but we're already seeing trends in the data.
Okay.
For example, we're seeing that certain situations, a teacher is handling the situation, and they're explaining how they're bringing education into the curriculum in addressing that specific incident. So we're seeing glimmers of hope and positivity happening in the classroom. Ms. Edison is not up here, but there are also modules in Ripple Effects and other places that teachers are able to access those resources and support in this way.
Yeah.
She's
Looks
coming
like
up here. She
we
can
got
talk
Miss
about it.
Edison.
I do want to add, we are collecting the responses of those who responded. So we are tracking that. So they respond back what actions they taken around each incident. There's a report that automatically generates. They also have to, it's a forced response of did they let the family know they had a right to file a UCP complaint. So
Okay.
we are collecting that data.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you for that. And can I ask one question, Ms.
Absolutely.
Edison? So these modules on Ripple Effect, are we seeing staff take advantage of these modules?
Yeah, so we first purchased just the student modules, and I do have data around that. I don't have it to my memory.
That's
I just
okay.
landed today, so I'm
Yeah.
still on jet lag.
Welcome back.
But we had about 19,000 minutes, I believe, was used for students, so very appropriate. We also can look at which modules were used. For the adult, you just approved that contract about a month ago for the adult allied piece. So we now have the tool to be able to disseminate amongst staff who need particular target support around a particular area, including having conversations about race. So we now have that as a module, as a partner tool to the Ripple Effects. So Ripple Effects is for the students, and Ripple Effects Ally is for the adults. So
Okay.
they have access to the same modules, just obviously targeted for adult audience.
Thank you. And then Ms. Serrato, I know you wanted to add something. Please.
Hi. So Michelle did bring up part of what I was wanting to say with regards to with this kind of we're an official, but we're not official. If there's some way of we can get a report from the district or from the board of we present these recommendations and then it kind of just goes out until we come up and we see you guys again and we say these are what we recommended to you before and we're recommending again. So if there's a way to formalize that so we know that our recommendations are being put to use, or if they're not, we can know why they're not. So if we know we need to tweak things or ask a different way, that would be really helpful. Also, it's something that I was going to talk to the whole team about on our last our last meeting for the year. However, I didn't have a voice last week, so I didn't have the meeting. But it's in regards to the report that Kenya was talking about with the UCP and what were those results. And so something that I think would be beneficial, and I talked a little bit with Michelle about as well, is if the board has a monthly report from the district as to how many of the 3R reports were done, how many of those led to UCP, how many were there UCPs that didn't have the 3Rs, because as we heard with public comment, we're hearing through the community, through Black parents and Black students that they are doing certain things and they're making these reports, but then nothing happens, or they feel that they ask for support and the person reaching out with the UCP is just, well, what would you like us to do? And the parent's like, I don't know, this bullying is going on with my student. What are you going to do? So there just is some kind of a disconnect there. So we're hoping that with the updated reports that have those tags, that have the automatic generation of, yes, we did these steps. So if the board could have that as just like a regular monthly report, not just for the anti-Black racism and actions and words, but all of the other ones, because again, we can't necessarily tag ourselves. Anna does a great job with tagging them, but all of those subcategories, because again, there's intersectionality and overlap. If that's something that could be a monthly board report, I think that would be really beneficial and will help with the accountability and the communication, not just with staff and students, but also with the community in general versus when a news article comes out.
Yeah. And I thank you for bringing that up and for raising, there's a lot of good points that you had in your presentation also that you spoke about. And I'll just say, I am in favor of formalizing your group. I think I've asked this in the past of, from your committee, do you think it would be helpful to have a liaison from the board? Yes. Okay. So I'm definitely in favor of that. In terms of the report, as long as student information is protected, and I can't speak to that because I don't know what sort of considerations go into a report like that, but it's something that I think with staff we can work on and find some sort of solution that meets what you're talking about. And yeah, I think that's something that I would be supportive of. What was the other? Students as part of the process. Has your committee talked about opportunities for students to?
We have not yet, but I think that's a really important piece for us to consider in the future. One of the things we've talked about in terms of community, and that's part of the reason why we wanted to have a community outreach subcommittee, was to make sure that there's like avenues for the community to actually be able to contact us and talk with us about what their concerns are. But I do also think that it would be like, I think inviting student feedback is something that we're going to have to be strategic about, because I think we have, is it 5 or 6 official meetings in each calendar year, right? So we would just have to be intentional about when that would be or what avenue students would give their suggestions or feedback, because we have found that it's hard to get the work done in the hour and a half to 2 hours that we have already. And so it's not at all a lack of desire for them to be involved in the process, but just making sure that that time is like enough for them to feel like they really were part of the process and that it wasn't performative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe even at some, maybe part of the 2-year I'm calling it a strategic plan.
Yes,
but,
exactly. That's
for
fine.
lack of a better term.
Yes.
That's one of the components, right? That,
Yeah, I think
that
that's
is
a great idea.
developed. Doesn't have to be for next academic year, but
Yeah.
should be a consideration, I think.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
And I also just wanted to like say my email address is very Googleable. So I have received emails that came through an odd sort of pathway where they had like tried to message the education department to try to contact. I'm like, just Google my name and my email address will come up. So if you guys do want, like if people in the community want to talk to us about the work that we're doing, like please do send me an email. Like adding 15 to 20 more isn't going to make a difference. I get a lot all the time. And we do want the public to feel welcome to share their thoughts.
Yeah. And I would say this, this is, I think we always knew that this was going to be work that we're always going to be doing.
Yes.
And I do want to point to the success that you all have had, so that we don't lose sight of all of the
yes.
With all the frustrations, we always know there's going to be frustrations.
Especially in the first year of doing something.
Especially on the first year. But as we work our way through this, I think on the front end, I would really like the strategic plan.
Yeah.
So that we can incorporate and think out things like the monthly report or quarterly report, whatever frequency we want to set it at. But I think doing that planning process on the front end after, if the board agrees to formalize your group, I think would be the move. And that's something that I would be in favor of.
Okay.
So that's it. Thank you so much for all of your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Banning, we haven't forgotten about you, so I just want to make sure. I know you've been quiet, but I've been watching for your hand. You have any comments on this report?
Oh, I want to express my appreciation as well for the fine work of the committee, and I'd also like to acknowledge and second Mr. Escobedo's approval or our support for the idea of making the committee formalized with board representation. I think that has to happen for this to go on. This is not something that gets solved in a day, in a week, in a year. It has to be ongoing, and I really appreciate those comments from Mr. Escobedo and the fine work of the committee. Thank you.
Board members, additional. Ms. Munoz?
Yes, I would also like to add my voice to the appreciation for all the work that's been done on behalf of our students and our parents and teachers. The thoroughness of the report and the subcommittees that were formed are impressive. You know, I know there's a lot of thought and hard work into this, the curriculum, the policy, a liaison regarding equity and community outreach. I would also like to see it become, and also big factor, addressing the module on the Civil War and such, and for catching that. I would also like to support, add my support to a standing committee with a board member representative. It would improve the communication and the consistency too, throughout our 19 schools, so that we always have this available. I also noticed in terms of making it visible, the physical postings and looking at what your group proposes for that at all the schools, so that our schools, so that our students there would know how to contact someone and how to reach someone. The plan, it's a beginning, right? And it's a very awesome, impressive beginning, honestly. A multi-year plan of action, as we were saying, as Mr. Escobedo was saying, with having, student involvement and support for for everyone here, for involvement with with folks at the secondary level, like, such as Denise Alvarado and our superintendent and such. So yeah, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing what more can happen and how we can support this. Thank you.
Any additional comments, board? I'll just add some. I just want to echo, again, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I think back to that night that got this all started, and I think about, the progress that has come forth as a result of that, and the frustrations even getting to this point. So thank you again for staying committed to that. That says a whole lot, and I also still think that any time that we start to address this issue, there becomes a hush. Everybody gets quiet about it. That still is in my mind, that there's a hushness about it. And that says to me even more that we have to keep it on the forefront, so that it doesn't become silent, or it doesn't become something we check that, yes, we did it, right? And so I just want to appreciate that piece. Also, I know that when we continue and get this ingrained in the fabric of who we are as Santa Barbara Unified, this will be a universal benefit for all who may not be feeling safe here, that may not be have that voice to be able to do it. And so, yes, we are leading it, and it continues to need to be leading with Black. That's where we started there. And so I think we certainly have to do that. But knowing that as we're setting this system, as my sister always says to me, my sister E says to that, she knows who she is, in terms of making sure that we have a system in place, so that when we leave that system, it's not about the person, but we have a system in place, because we will come and go. And so hopefully we won't have that hush. Whatever that hush is, it'll become, yes, let's make sure that we're doing that again, because we are working toward a system that is beneficial and safe for all who may not feel that way. So I also want to just say that, again, there's some action to be considered. Of course, we're here for report and not necessarily action. So I'm hoping, as we're taking notes, and I hear the board saying they are in good consensus about, making this an advisory, a standing advisory committee. So we can't do that tonight, but we bring those things back for action for us to vote on and to discuss, and give the community the opportunity to see where we're going with this. And the investment that we've made in this is not just for show, but it is for definitely making it the fabric of Santa Barbara Unified. And so I'm just thinking about those pieces, as well as that we can make sure that also part of the actions, or what are we looking at renaming it so that it makes sense and it doesn't continue to have that language of oversight. I know what we were saying in the beginning, but we're now in the process, and so we're figuring out whether there's a better way to not unintentionally harm, just by we're just trying to get there. So I want that to be, I would want that part of the report to maybe come back and consider that. I think that's where we also can get the input of the community. I was talking to Mr. Nelson with regards to ethnic studies, and are you getting information from those who lived the experience, right? And so I think it's important to really reach out to our biracial, multiracial, ethnic, families, because they've experienced different things. So it's important how we're getting that information to, to be able to, again, to make this the fabric, of who we are. And so I would like to see the multi-action plan. I know you guys are working on that also, is we're going to be looking at it, Dr. Maldonado, a strategic plan. So how do we do that? And I also think as we're going through this work that we've gotten here, that it's time for us to review our mission statement to include the work. So it's, something as we're doing in the strategic plan to include all of this work that we've been going forth to do so, and how it reflects today, Yeah, because you do ask that. It does answer the question, but now we need to say, here's where we are with that, right? And to incorporate all the things that we're going through, right? That we're going through as a district. And so, I just want to share my appreciation and this work that I'm sure people thought wasn't going to get this far, but we did it, right? So nothing's impossible until it's done, right? So I, again, just want to, echo, again, the comments and support the comments going forward so we can make some staff. I know you're taking good notes, and so we can formalize an action coming back to the board, how to best to do that, and working with all who's involved with that.
Speaking to
just one. Okay. Yes.
So speaking to that, that's also something that the committee has been talking with Steve and Anna about, and we have been having difficulties trying to determine what type of committee or advisory, whatever words it's going to be, but just somebody that is on both this committee and also on advisory committee for other district ones. I really want to reiterate that it's something that is still kind of has this where we have this group and we're able to do the work versus the advisory committees like other ones which feel more performative, where it's you meet a couple of times and maybe there's a board member there, but there's no actually coming to the board and letting you know the work that we've done versus us just giving input as parents or community members on those advisory committees. So any guidance you guys have on that, so we aren't the performative like some of the advisory committees are.
Well, we want to change that too, because anytime spending, you're advising us, we don't want it to be performative. So if that's a part of a system that we need to approve for, this is good, conversation and discussion for that as well. Dr. Maldonado.
So I just want to share with the board that what I'm hearing, we will be doing the research and bringing back information to the board. I see our general counsel here on what is the process for doing that, along with what I'm hearing is the renaming of the committee. So I will prepare information for the board on what the next steps will be in order to do that.
Yes, appreciate that. Any final comments, Doctor?
I just wanted to quickly address, because I know it's late, my 9-year-old's floating around the building somewhere with the sitter, so I'm aware of the time. But I wanted to first just address that we are looking at this work intersectionally. While our focus is certainly on Black students, there's a reason why we wanted to make sure that all protected classes were tagged in the 3Rs and UCP processes, because we want to see how this is affecting other groups, and also just to say out loud that, like, there are Black people who are disabled. There are Black people who are queer. There are Black people who are also Latinx. Like these issues are not as separate as we sometimes like to think of them. And that's part of the reason why I intentionally uplifted the work around Blood on the River, because although there aren't any Black characters in that book, it's important for us to make sure that our curriculum is appropriately representative of all the groups that are in our community.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hearing no additional comments. So we want to keep reports the fresh of our mind, because sometimes we hear the reports at the end of the day, and I want to say thank you guys for being patient with that, and we'll try to, navigate through getting some time certain, because we do have some young ones here. We want to appreciate that and honor that. So I think that concludes that. Thank you again so much for your report and being here and hanging in with us. So thank you. So again, okay. You know what? I won't take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back to the reports. Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes. I want to call us back to order. We're going to continue on with our reports so that we have a fresh mind to review and comment on the hard work that goes. So we're going to move to G3, the Ad Hoc Board Housing Committee report. Are you starting us off, Dr. Maldonado, or we move it, flip it around?
Board members, tonight we want to bring to you the Ad Hoc Board Housing Committee report to provide you an update on the work that this committee has been done, and some what I will say are good news. And but I would like to turn it over to Mr. Escobedo, who'll start us off on the presentation. We'll kind of go back and forth. If you guys can pull up the presentation, please.
All right. So I am excited to talk about this item, and it is a report out from the Employee Housing Ad Hoc Committee, and I have a clicker. There we go. So I want to just give a brief talk about the mission of the committee, the work that the committee has done, some of the partnerships that we've developed, a survey that we sent out, and then updates on projects, and we have a discussion item. There we go. So we started this work last year, almost a year ago, or a little over a year ago, and the mission was to explore and pursue opportunities for creating affordable rental housing for district staff on district-owned property. Sorry. So, since its creation in February of last year, the Ad Hoc Committee, we've met 28 times, and we have done a housing needs survey with over 450 responses. We have evaluated all district-owned properties. We've developed a partnership with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara to create an affordable housing project on the Parma School site. And we've worked with the Tatum Project developers to earmark 110 units of
We work with Tatum Project developers to earmark, can you put it back up? 110 of, that was me. 110 affordable units for district staff, and we've explored other opportunities and partnerships to provide affordable housing for district staff. It's odd to be doing it from here. Our partners in this work, as you can see, here are the names of all the different groups that have consistently met. I know we have in our audience Rob Fredericks from the Housing Authority, who's a world-renowned housing authority, in case anybody was wondering. And some of the other folks, we have like Dennis Thompson, who's a retired architect, who's been really providing information to the committee in terms of design and other things to consider based on his experience, myself and others included here. As Mr. Escobedo said, some of the survey data that we got had the following questions. I'm not going to read them to everyone in the interest of expediency, but you can see the traveling questions, affordability for their current housing, how likely they would be to consider living in a community that is owned by school district, that serves staff members from the school district, how likely they would be to consider living in a housing community for employees if the rental rates were offered a below market rate. Sorry about that. You'll see that for mileage travel, here 0 to 20 miles was about 77% of the respondents. For 81 to 100 miles, we had about 3%, and so on. So there is a fraction of our school district employees that are traveling anywhere from 20 to 100 miles, even though, like I said, 77% are 0 to 20 miles. Here you can see information about what would best describe the affordability of their current housing, with many of them saying, 11% saying that it's affordable, 30% saying somewhat affordable, 4% very affordable, 18% not affordable at all, and 34% not that affordable. So this gives us information as to the current housing needs in our district. And I know that we've heard, in the news, this has been the biggest topic of our community. So I think this data is in line with that. Here, we're also asking them to tell us to best describe their current housing situation. We have heard information from folks about owning, renting, sharing housing, and you can see here many, if not most, are renting rooms or apartments. Others are also sharing their housing, so that's a large percent of our respondents that reported this kind of current housing situation. We know it's true also for our families. We have many families paired up in our community in these types of home situations. How likely they would be to consider living in a housing community from our school district. You can see here the respondents from very likely 40%, somewhat likely 19%, somewhere in the middle were 19%. Unlikely, we had unlikely and very unlikely, just about 20%. And how likely they would be considered living in a community for employees if the rental rates were offered at a below market rent, which is what we're aiming for in our project. We know that that's a group of people that really need that help. And you can see the responses here as well, with 56% plus 18% very likely and somewhat likely. Here, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Escobar, and you can just tell me when to click.
Yeah,
You're fine.
sorry, I got a little lightheaded, and this light is like looking right at me. So, I have these for each of the board members to take a look at. But what this is a rental study that was done on the South Coast. And one of the things that you'll notice is for 2023, a 2-bedroom was $4,400. Which is out of reach for almost all of our employees. That same unit in 2014 was $2,300. So when we hear about cost of living issues, they're real, and especially on the South Coast. So this underlines the importance for me that we investigate every opportunity possible. Next slide. Yeah, so I'll do Parma if you do. So we have Parma School. That's okay. That people might remember, we approved as a board. So we have Parma School. This board approved an MOU with the Housing Authority of City of Santa Barbara to develop employee housing. Next slide, please. And you'll remember the process that we used. We, as an ad hoc committee, explored all of our district properties. We had the ad hoc committee make a recommendation. The board then directed staff to develop an MOU, and the board approved an MOU. Where we are now, next slide please, is the pre-development stage where studies are done, you decide on the scale and scope of the development. We saw the first conceptual architectural design, and we plan to do some outreach soon. And then in this stage, they are obtaining land use entitlements and reviewing the financial feasibility and what financial mechanisms we'll use for the project. And we have our partner here from the Housing Authority, so if board members have any questions.
Okay.
Next slide.
Next slide is the Tatum project. just want to remind the board that the Tatum project is a slightly different project because that's actual a land sale between the district and Tatum or Red Tail Financials. I think that's right. Craig will correct me. But that is a sale of land that is over by the San Marcos school behind the Vons marketplace area there. And that is a straight sale of the land for developing housing. What we were able to negotiate for this property was to have a portion of the project be built for affordable housing. They have increased their projected development numbers. So at one point we were looking at about 60 units to be dedicated to preference to district staff for affordable housing. And now that they've increased, and if they do get approved by the county, they've committed to estimated about 110 units that will be given to the district or allocated to district staff preference. We're still in negotiations with Tatum on some of these terms, so more to be reported later, but they have committed some level of affordable housing in this sale of the land that we entered into prior to this housing work. Next one. The next one is the Glen Annie proposal. So for this proposal, just this afternoon, I received a letter that I've already forwarded to the board where the owners of the Glen Annie site have committed to donate 7.7 acres of land to the school district for the purpose of developing affordable housing for employees. They are hoping that this would be done in collaboration with the City Housing Authority, even though it's on county land. But we know that everybody has good relationships, and we're going to keep it all going together. For this to happen, they do need to be approved for rezoning by the County Board of Supervisors, and that will be happening April 9th and May 3rd. So I do want to show, just if you can show the next slide, some of the plans that they have for Glen Annie proposal are to include a child care center, because we know that's a point of interest for many of our families. Just like with housing, we know that child care is a huge expense for many of our families. They've also included around the whole property, a track like for cross country that our Dos Pueblos cross country team can use. They included an events center that can also be used. We know, for example, we went to Dos Pueblos High and heard some of the concerns from the staff there. And we were told sometimes they do use the current property for gatherings, so we know that that's a place that's there. Some of the concerns that have been brought up that I do want to share for the board tonight is traffic in this area. So I know there's conversations happening about that. Unfortunately, that's not within the purview of this board to decide, but that is something that you should be aware and know about. That will be happening over at the county board meetings. I think I covered, if you can go to the next slide.
Do you want me to take this?
If you can see here, and I don't know if you can zoom it out, Sandra, the circled part of their proposed property that would be donated to the school district would be here, and directly below that circle is Dos Pueblos High School. So it's literally across the street. If we had families that were employees and parents, which you typically have many of, students could walk across the street to go to school as they get to the high school level. The other parts of this property would be condos, townhomes, and homes. That would be at market rate. But that piece of land that you see circled here would be that what has been committed to me in a letter as a proposed donation from the owners.
And if I could add one point, I think the intention is for the property owners to also partner with organizations like Habitat for Humanity to do deed risk or affordable home ownership opportunities as well.
So for discussion for the board tonight, what we are asking is for you to just discuss these three different things that are happening, and
Well,
provide any direction that you like.
and we did have a topic for discussion on the next slide. Given that we have received the official offer, does the board support directing staff to work with the Glen Annie owners to develop an agreement to accept the land donation?
Does that conclude the presentation? Just we'll get some public comment. Do we have a public comment?
We do.
Okay.
And we have one public commenter, Ken Rivas. Welcome.
Good evening, school administration and school board members. Ken Rivas, the president for the California School Employees Association, Chapter 37, that takes care of this district. And so what I'd like to say today is I think that these are really great things that are happening and that we've talked to, we've had discussion sometime going back, again, like a year ago or so. And I know my folks were, really excited about the possibility of having some affordable housing. It's been a big item for a lot of us. And so we see this as a win-win. And I mean, I'm not sure how, when people will be not purchasing, but will be, living in these units, if the district will be getting some type of generating some type of monies from that. I think that's great because we can have affordable housing, yet what we do with the property is generate some revenue. I think that's just a win-win. And, I certainly really support this, going in and looking at those properties that the district has and the donated properties from Glen Annie. And so, I think the mitigating the traffic issue and all that can be worked out. It seems like, we do it. It's been done a lot of other places. But anyhow, thank you. Thank you for looking at this and looking at the all the staff here at Unified.
Thank you.
Conclude our speakers? Okay. So thank you for the presentation. It's been part of the work group. I know the work that's going in, and it's exciting stuff to do because I know we actually started talking about housing way back maybe in 17, 18 with some other properties that we're looking to actually see this come to fruition and actually have some tangible now that we have an MOU with the City Housing Authority with our Palmer. So that's just said continue keeping our line of sight open on where we need to go and how do we need to support the needs, and the desires of our staff and of our team, and the fact that this was one of those things that just kind of seemingly came out because of the work that was being done, right? And so that says a lot in terms of making sure that the efforts that we're doing, they realized by others to be able to do that. And I would also just add in terms of, we did hear from some teachers out at Dos Pueblos and really understood what the concerns were, but not to say and this may be an opportunity to address some of those issues that have been long going before this was being considered. As housing property traffic has always been an issue there, and is this an opportunity to work out those things and address those things? I know they still have to do an EIR, which I learned really about that. So I learned a lot of new language. The environmental impact review, is that what it's called? Okay. So this may be that opportunity as well, and again, we've always been very fortunate to have such a generous community that supports this district, and that just goes to this, this generous donation as well. So I'm supportive of us at least going forward, and all of this kind of is dependent on whether they get rezoned or not, but at least we can start to look at that, and I'm supportive of those pieces, but I want to make sure that we're hearing from the board concerns. Additional comments? Ms. Beal.
Hello. I'm tremendously excited about this. I'm actually been a supporter of not just teacher housing, but any sort of housing for people who work in this community that are commuting and they just need a place to live. In the future, I would be curious about how this would be rolled out in terms of renting, and I hadn't even thought of an income stream, so that's kind of, I don't know how that works with the housing authority. I wouldn't assume that it would be, right? Because there's a housing authority, and I think maybe it would support other projects, correct? Yeah, that's what I would assume. Yeah. Anyway, I am excited, and I would support any sort of moving forward to working this out with the housing authority. Yes.
Mr. Fredericks, did you want to speak a little bit to that?
We'll go to Bill. I see you, Bill. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
President Sims Moten and board members. Board Member Beal, to answer your specific question on, what happens with the rental revenue when it gets built. We try to create these developments so there's, with tax credits and other funding sources so that there's little to no debt on the property, and that allows us to keep the rents as deeply affordable as possible for our families, whether they're teachers or other employees of the school or whoever we're serving. We try to keep those rents as affordable as possible, and they will be restricted according to the program that we use for funding. Parma School, we're planning to use the tax credit program for funding the majority of the development, and that'll require us to target about low income, for sure, households. But to give you an idea of low income, a single person household, they're low income if they're making $91,000 a year. So there's probably a lot of school district employees that make below that could use affordable housing, especially since 55% of the renters in Santa Barbara County are cost burdened, meaning they're paying more than what's affordable, more than 30% of their income for rent. Many of them are paying much more than that. So I haven't really answered your question yet in my roundabout way. We don't look at generating a lot of cash flow to come back to as a revenue generating source. We look at it as keeping the rents low and taking care of the properties at the level that we would want them to look and to be cared for, as well as the school district would want them to be cared for. I think you've all seen our developments throughout the city and how we take pride in the developments. We want our residents to take pride in them as well. So that being said, there's not initially in the first few years there's not a lot of residual receipt cash flow, but as the years go forward, there is residual receipt cash flow that can flow back to the school district. And with the tax credit model that we're doing at Parma, at the end of the 15-year period, that improvement that we build comes back to the school district. That's it. That's your improvement. That development of apartments that, let's say it costs $30 million. That's all taken care of. That improvement, you still own the land, and the improvement is now an asset of the school district. For time going forward, whatever you decide to do with it. We've talked previously, and we haven't worked out those details. This will be in the future, but what we manage developments, apartments, that's what we do. And we figured in the future you would probably want someone like the Housing Authority to manage Parma and the other apartments that we hope would get built. And we would do that so that you wouldn't have to worry about that, and the residents, you would be assured, are taken care of and cared for. So, and one thing about Glen Annie, having an owner donate land of 7.5 acres, that is huge. In Santa Barbara County on the south coast, where you don't come across developable land very often. So if they weren't going to donate it, they would develop it, and it would be probably market rate, the majority of it. So it would be really fantastic to get that held at the school district level to create 100% affordable housing for your district employees. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Banning?
Yeah, I'm enthused as well about all of this, and I remember coming onto the board and beginning to just hear little bits of it a year and a few months ago, and um, it this is stuff that's out there, cutting edge stuff that we're hearing about all over the country, people trying to do this. And what I'm seeing is that instead of talking about it in pipe dreams, this committee has gotten together and done work. So this starts to look more real than anything like this that I've ever come across in a public agency. And it's really exciting. I want to say kudos to all of the people that are involved in making this happen. Certainly, there are some things to work out, questions of traffic, but we know about it ahead of time. We can work on this stuff and make things go. Thank you for the incredible effort on this subcommittee and planning group.
Yes, any additional comments? Ms. Munoz?
Certainly, housing has been, one of my motivating factors for, activism in the community and tenants' rights, et cetera, and certainly as a former commissioner with the Santa Barbara City Housing Authority, that has been, my drive as a social worker is seeing about housing for those who don't have, aren't able to afford to stay in the community and end up commuting here, bringing their children, and such. I guess the question, let me see, the question I have with the Glen Annie proposal is would one of the city or county housing authorities, would they want to be involved in this? And what is has there been input or collaboration with the city of Goleta, where regarding housing being built in Goleta about this property in particular would be my question.
I think there will be plenty of opportunity for collaboration with the city of Goleta because of the proximity. In regards to this item, it's more, this has happened so fast that this opportunity came up. It's about, I think, securing the donation so that the school district owns the property. And then from that point, we look at what needs to be done in order to get to the point where we actually have folks living in housing. In regards to the question about the housing authorities, absolutely. I think that those are the partners that make the most sense. But we are trying to look into whether we can leverage the talents of both housing authorities, both the county and the city, because they bring so much knowledge and talent that it makes a lot of sense for this opportunity, especially because we already have the working relationship with the city housing authority.
And the Glen Annie proposal, would it, it's just amazing that we had that much land donated to the school district and such. And I would one of my questions would be if it was, involving the housing authority and so forth, which is, I know this would be further down the line, but would it be offered to employees of the school district as preferential? And would it also be opened up to others if there were, if we're talking the amount of units that there are, given the long, wait list for all of the housing authorities?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, I don't know, Rob, it depends if there's tax credit. Well, you could answer that a little bit better than I can in terms of.
So there's the Teacher Housing Act of 2016, which enables the school district, if they own the land, fee title interest, which this would be, they can have the right to use to exclusively, not just a preference, to exclusively house school district employees at the property there. they could also do a preference system. If there weren't enough school district employees, they could open it up to a neighboring school district. You could also open it up to families in the school district that have families there if you didn't have enough of each of those. So could go down the line there. It would be up to the school district on how you would want that, and we would take that as the manager and manage the property and the turnover in that aspect, initial lease up.
Thank you. Yeah, because I know that with Tatum it was different since we sold it to this company. You know, with them it was the preferential, as you mentioned. You know, not necessarily that it would be for school employees.
And I'm going to ask either Craig or Rob for that. As we negotiate with Tatum, because it is a sale, am I right that if they do take advantage of the tax credits part, then we might be able to do more than preferential, or it would be up to the owners to decide that? Can you help me with that?
For any of the projects that we do, we will have a nonprofit partner, which would be the City Housing Authority or the County Housing Authority, which is our partner on the Tatum project, or potentially on Glen Annie, with both playing a complementary role. And the financing of the affordable units that are going to be earmarked for school district employees come about mainly through tax credits. And that's why, in addition to Rob's and his group's expertise, we need to work with a nonprofit partner. So we will have the ability now, really for the first time, as Mr. Banning said, it's cutting edge, to earmark for particular employee groups, because the federal housing law didn't allow that until quite recently, and now it does. So the school district, working with the housing authority, will have great discretion. And just one thing I want to point out, there are really two different types of development. What we're working on in conjunction with the housing authority on Parma is all school district affordable housing. For projects that are being brought in by developers, they are required generally to have at least 20% affordable. And so that's what's happening at Tatum. They were required to have a certain percentage of affordable, and through our working with them and continuing to work with them, we are defining that affordable community as being earmarked, prioritized, targeted for school district employees. But the beauty of doing what we're doing at Parma, and also as the committee work unfolds, exploring other potential school sites, is that there's no requirement that there be 4 not affordable units for every affordable unit. And so it becomes something, I think, that will ultimately be seen as something very, very positive for the community as well as your district.
You're looking.
Oh, sorry, you ladies. And it would be, I believe, would it be the first time that we would have the city and the county housing authorities collaborate on a property?
It would be the first time we would be officially collaborating on a development. We have a really good relationship with our brothers and sisters at the County Housing Authority. For years, I've worked well with Bob Havlicek and John Polanski on different developments and policy. And we've talked about in the future doing some kind of joint venture together to do just what board member Escobedo talked about, is combining our resources to make it easier to do a development. So, we're happy to do it on our own, but if the county housing authority wants to joint venture in order to let us be a part of it, we're happy with that as well. So we'd like to be involved with you, though, any step of the way, just so you know that we're there with you in the process.
So board members, I do want to add, as you can see, we're not getting in the business of us as cabinet members or administrators running housing. We're simply creating housing, and they're the experts in housing, and so that is where that partnership. So I just want to clarify so that people don't think, suddenly we're running apartment buildings. I also want to say that as I add up all these units, we're looking at, if these 3 projects go through, anywhere from 370 to 450 units altogether for our employee force, that's about 2,000 people. So I think that's a very significant number of units that we would be building for Santa Barbara Unified. And as you know, populations go up and down. We don't know what that's going to look like in the future. It could be less, it could be more, but I think it's pretty significant achievement.
Additional comments? Mr. Escobedo.
Just a quick comment to say and express my gratitude for the Glen Annie property owners in generously donating this much land. Mr. Fredericks is right. You don't see this happen very often, and you don't see this much land developed for affordable housing. And this is a great opportunity that I think, between all of the work that we're doing, is going to change the course of Santa Barbara Unified in a really great way in terms of retaining good folks and recruiting good folks. So thank you to Mr. Fredericks, thank you to Mr. Price and all of your expertise and working on all of these different types of projects and agreements. And thank you to the Housing Authority and all of our staff that have been involved.
Yep, I agree and echo those. Also, cannot let this evening go without making sure that childcare is in the front. I just can really appreciate most developers that's not on their mind, or the front of their mind anyway, in terms of the need to have the childcare there. And you talk about cost burden, that certainly is one of them here. And I just appreciate, in chatting with them, just really appreciate their, about looking at the environment. This become like, DP can become a neighborhood school. Just the neighborhood is going to change, and that we want to make sure that we have the input of everyone to, change isn't always easy, as we know. But I just echo the comments of the board members and really feel how fortunate to be on this board. We're moving these things forward. You see them, like I said, we started like 2017, looking at this. To see this really come to fruition is really, really good. And we will be on the cutting edge of that. We might as well, because, we've been going through a lot of difficulties, and if we can address some of the things that, that have, really been challenges and barriers to good working conditions. This is one of them, and to have partners who come in and do that. And maybe this is also a leading way to future developers coming in, and what's the importance of when you're developing in this county, what does it look like? This is one of those great examples to be able to do that. So I'm grateful to be part of that, and certainly for the Glen Annie to be able to do this, and also your support for sure. Mr. Price, we've been having conversations a long time about housing, right? So to see it actually come is great. So looking forward to that. I don't know, can you pull that last slide up so we make sure what direction we're giving the superintendent to do tonight? I think it's that last, yeah. Okay, does the board support directing Dr. Maldonado and legal counsel to work with Glen Annie owners to develop an agreement to accept the land donation? We given direction for that tonight. Okay, Mr. Banning, you're okay. He's saying yes. Yes, you see all positive nods. So go forth and challenge. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you for sticking through the evening. Thank you. Okay. All right, board members, we have one more report so that we're still fresh of mind. That's going to come from the LCAP here. And again, to make sure you have self-care. Okay.
All right. Good evening, President Sims-Moten, board members, and Superintendent Maldonado. Oh, we got to get the clicker.
Oh, I have the clicker.
So tonight, I'm just going to just hit some brief parts of the data that we have on this slide deck. So just give you an update on the development of the LCAP. As a quick reminder, these are your unduplicated students in our school district. The majority is our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Just want to put this as a reminder of who are the students we're serving. Again, another reminder that we have with our new LCAP, we have 3 specific goals. That's really goal 1 and goal 2 is tied to our MTSS system. As well, goal 3 is really designed and it ties into not only MTSS, but also the work that you just heard from our committee earlier tonight. Goal number 4 in particular, that is actually a new requirement according to state law. So CDE says that we have this equity multiplier school site. So we get additional funding for La Cuesta. Basically, continuation high schools will never get out of CSI or continuous school improvement. So anyways, this is the new part of that. So we'll have to create a goal specifically for La Cuesta. The survey so tonight I'm just going to review the data that we got from the survey and then give you an update on who we met with and then where we're going. Just to clarify, the survey was distributed to, as you could see, to staff, parents, community, to students as well. It was over 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks that it was sent out. We did it through SurveyMonkey, so we made sure that that people had access to it without going back in every time and submitting it over and over again. So here are the respondents that you could see. Basically, we have the majority. There are going to be parents or legal guardians. So that was the majority of our respondents. And then the second group was our certificated staff. And then after that, it was actually students. So, and this gives you the ethnicity and race background in terms of who answered the survey. As you can see, the majority is Hispanic, Latino, followed by white. So this is really tied to, we asked 14 questions, or we asked for survey responders to address what they consider as a very high priority or a high priority. If they had no response to it, they would answer neutral, or they can consider it low or very low. You could see from the way the slides or the way that each one of the columns are designed is that it goes from the far left that had the highest very high priority. That actually is your small class size reduction. So that one got the highest of the very high priority. However, what I did was I circled the 2 in particular that had the highest percentage in terms of both very high priority and high priority. So, and you'll notice that both the 2 top results had to do with addressing the academic needs of our students who are underperforming at grade level, both ELA, literacy, and then mathematics. And then on this slide in particular, that you could see that CTE was, again, another one that stood out, a part of this. And then we had a section where we had it open, so we allowed everyone to provide feedback, open-ended feedback to us in terms of like what they saw, what they would like to see, what they didn't like, or whatever it may be. One thing that I just want to share with you, that we had all of our leadership review the data results from the survey. So we had our all district management team met, and then we shared the data, and then they analyzed the data, and actually they combed through the open responses and actually broke that down. And as you can see, AVID, curriculum specialists, paras, one thing in particular to be aware of, it's not just paras, but actually bilingual paras came out to be a high importance. Oops, go back one. There we go. Oop. All right, so part of this side are behavior, emotional, or social emotional and wellness part of it. Really the three highest groups were, I did circle providing students the counseling, guidance and counseling, and then social emotional support, but also we saw mental health services was also a high need within this area. And then again, looking at the open responses, you could see the responses in terms of mental health services being of high importance. Counselors, that we've been hearing that as well, and behavioral support. In this third goal in particular, or third section that we saw, it was very important we saw feedback developing student leadership. And then within goal 4 was specifically addressing the needs of our special education students that you see preparing the students for job services as well. And this is just a combination of both number 3 and 4. Number 3 in particular, or excuse me, number 4, the academic supports, actually what we were seeing was supports in special education. And then again, hiring staff that we regularly hear regarding this. Meetings that we've been holding, you could see the ones that aren't highlighted, those are the meetings we've already had. So that includes the Special Education Advisory Committee, DEMLAC, we've met with them and gotten their feedback, CSEA, so we met with them as well. We're hearing similarities with the themes in terms of what they're asking. And again, you could see the meetings that will be held as we go ahead. We've also been meeting with the Parent Advisory Committee. So here's the deal. One of the things in particular, we had to move our Parent Advisory Committee from May 9th to April 29th. We actually have to consider what positions that we are going to be holding as we move forward before the next board meeting. So that means we have to have an idea of how we're approaching our LCAP, the design of the LCAP, by the time we get to May 3rd, to give the information to HR to make sure that we're on track with the school board. And then from that point, we're delivering the paperwork to those who will have their RIF rescinded or vice versa. So we definitely have to move faster than we have ever had before in developing this LCAP. So, and we wanted to get the input from the PAC and before we got to that point. So we moved the meeting to April 29th. So, and with that, I leave it open for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vince. I know we do have a couple requests to speak. Moni DeWitt, to be followed by Ken Rivas.
Yeah, hi board. I am very concerned about the direction of our LCAP for 3 basic reasons. One is transparency, the other is community engagement, and the third is that it's being spent district-wide. I can point to things that happened with LA Unified just in 2019. There are court cases where they violated these things, and it parallels exactly what we're doing. And the biggest concern is when we write up our goals, they're bundled. They're not specific. Bundling goals is actually against the financial reform law, and it violates the LCFF. So our goals need to be singled out so they're specific. The other thing is when you do the bundling, it's mega actions, and it makes it impossible for a community member to see whether or not the assessments are for the people that are supposed to be helped the most, the 5 groups. You can't tell. And it's also being spent district-wide, as we just heard from Mr. Vance, for so many of these positions. Those positions are supposed to come out of the general fund. As a community member, and the time is a little short here, I can tell you that the community engagement piece was not anywhere near what other areas do. There wasn't enough, like maybe an article in the Independent, community feeling like that they're a big part of it. There were 4 community members in my last meeting, and there were 16 people who got a paycheck from the district. And the superintendent was at all the meetings, and I heard from a teacher in the parking lot that they feel intimidated to be open at an LCAP meeting with the superintendent there. I'm just relaying it because I've typed it in, but nobody wants to hear that, but it's restrictive. And when it started, we were given, there was a professor from UCSB who also spoke. We were given the last year's LCAP and told to study that and make comments. Well, the conclusion was pretty easy when you looked at the data and at the same goals, that there were very little improvements, like it went up and down by 1 or 2 percentage points, but his conclusion was that, if anything, what we had done made no difference, so we should be thinking completely new and fresh. There was no opportunity, or very minimized, to give an opinion that was different from like the group think in the room. I personally felt I was like at a Stepford thing. Whenever I spoke with something that was innovative, like reading remediation, targeted at the people who have low scores, and plan it by site so we can see where the money is going, I really feel like it's being hijacked. I felt like I was actually intimidated. District staff would literally come stand up right above me when me and this professor were kind of like saying, yeah, this data means we really shouldn't be doing the same thing twice, and let's be innovative.
Thank you.
Anyway, it's being hijacked, and you should be worried.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rivas.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through this. I have something written here, and hopefully I can just. Okay, is the mic on? We're all good. Okay, Ken Rivas again, California School Employees Association. As I review the upcoming LCAP plan and the survey, it appears youth outreach workers are not specifically mentioned. So perhaps they've been removed. If youth outreach workers are no longer an additional layer of support to our students dealing with challenges related to behavior, low academic performance, attendance, social and emotional needs, as well as those affiliated, associated, or getting jumped into a neighborhood gang, I feel our absence and the cut in services will become problematic. It won't be as simple as passing over the work, the students, or the trust that has been established with the OWLs. Many of the students I served in one-on-one and group settings have expressed they did not feel they were able to trust other adult staff, and were glad the school had referred them to a YAL. There was also a student at the last meeting who spoke to this. Having a YAL as a trusted adult supporting the student, staff, and teachers, in my opinion, have helped in reducing the number of various incidents and have had a positive effect with the students we serve. In my first week as a YAL, I spent part of my time de-escalating confrontations and breaking up fights. I soon got to know the students and that were assigned to my school, and started changing this type of negative behavior and thinking. So it's concerning we are cutting back the service. We need more YALs dedicated to each campus, spending more days a week on those campuses, not less. By not seeing in the surveys the YALs identified, it gives me pause to think if the work YALs do was whether valued, ignored, or just misunderstood. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Vince, and thank you for the comments. Hopefully we can address a couple comments that came up through public comment, but board members, any questions or comments on the LCAP? I don't hear any right now, but I do have a question. So it keeps coming up with regards to not necessarily being community engagement, but if I'm looking at the level of meetings or the number of meetings that we've actually, we can pull that slide up. I'm trying to find it here so I can look at it. Just want to address that issue.
The very last slide.
It's the very last slide.
Yes.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got quite a few meetings, or so what is your, because my question was what themes were were coming out of all these meetings, if you could address that. But it feels like just to address the comment and concern, it does feel like we have a fair amount of community engagement meetings where people have the opportunity to come, and there's a fair amount of dates. So I'm just, is that some comeback, any feedback that you're getting back with regards to that?
Yes, so in two parts. Number one is that you'll notice at the very beginning, we decided to go ahead and do a recruitment for the committee itself, or the PAC committee. We also wanted to include for the PAC committee community members, so just to bring everybody in to have them join that particular committee. So for the first time, knowing that this was going to be the development of a new LCAP, and because of the negotiations that we're hearing, we wanted to make it as open as possible and to recruit everybody. So we had those three particular meetings. We're meeting 2 times in particular with DEMLAC. I think that's, so we have an extra meeting with them. We're going to have 4 meetings with the PAC. So we're meeting with all the various groups. We're meeting quite a bit with, we've been meeting with principals and the leadership there as well. So we don't even put those dates down, but we do get feedback from them. So at the last principals leadership meeting, we got guidance from them of what they were looking at. We also did that in November, as early as November. So we are engaging with our educational partners. What we're seeing is pretty much a similar theme, which is number one, addressing the needs. I would say number one, addressing the academic needs of the students. So that could be it's both mathematics and literacy. And the second thing that we're seeing in particular is we're getting feedback in terms of mental health services. That continues to be a continuing role. AVID in particular, we've heard clearly that we're continuing with AVID, so that's not being pulled away as we see the evidence of that and the feedback from that, and same with PEAK. So those are some of the items that are coming out.
Okay. Ms. Beal?
I do have a question. So I've been participating in the LCAP meetings, and I know that at the last meeting, we did receive from the different committees, the other meetings, the things that those specific groups wanted more support for their students. And then we have the LCAP plan from the last 3 years with basically positions, right, and what money has been spent on. And I'm trying to figure out, as a person who's observing, is how do we connect the dots between what the committees are asking for and what we've spent the money on in the past? Because it almost looks like 2 different things, and I think that's really the question that is coming up in the the community advisory, parent advisory committee, the PAC. And so I think that's that whole idea. Are we going to reinvent LCAP for the next 3 years based upon the feedback, what worked? I mean, how are we going to move forward with a new 3-year plan?
Right. I would definitely say that one of the things that we're looking at in particular, and we can't repeat, is I'll give this as a perfect example. So the first, in goal 1, which has to do with academics from our old LCAP as well. So the first action item is math support services. And what we did was we created FTEs to provide those math support services at junior high schools and high schools. What we've done is that we've analyzed the data, and we're seeing like that part of the plan has to be rethought in a way that's going to be more strategic. And so I know Ed Services, Dr. Sonia Wilson and Sheffield have been looking at that space in particular regarding how to gain more impact on our students, or how to achieve more impact on our students, and not just, okay, we'll do support class here and here and here. It's got to be more than just that.
So just to follow that up, as you mentioned, we're moving up the PAC meeting so we can give specific recommendations to the board about, positions and all that other stuff. So is there going to be at that meeting that synthesis where the different district people who are in charge will say, this is what we find is not working, so we're suggesting this, and then we make those decisions? Like, how's that going to be approached at the meeting?
Right. So at the next meeting, it definitely has to be, it's not going to be like the past two meetings, which is take a look at it, analyze it, see what your thoughts are. So it's more about, here's what we're seeing in terms of where we're headed with our particular actions and the goals, and getting feedback on that.
Yes, I know that I was present during the DEMLAC Advisory Committee when you presented, Mr. Venz, and then also the Special Ed Advisory Committee.
Yes.
And I felt it was, very understandable presentation, and it also gave the teachers and the parents an opportunity to make suggestions and question what had happened in the past and what hasn't, and give us direction as to what they would like to see with the LCAP. So I'd like to express my appreciation to you for that. I think those meetings went quite well.
Thank you.
And I'm pleased, that there's going to be another one for DEMLAC.
Mr. Banning, any comments? I don't want to forget you over there. You're good? Okay. Just a couple more comments, since I do want to take into consideration the comments that come before this board in words of intimidation. And I'm not sure where that may be coming from, but I don't want to ignore that it keeps coming up, right? Particularly with directed toward the superintendent. So I'm just trying to figure, I don't know how you would get that feedback during that meeting to say that people aren't feeling comfortable with sharing, their thoughts about this. I know this process has improved tremendously, where it's been much more open and understanding, and we've certainly directed the superintendent to be there so that she can look at the overall picture, how we're doing that. And so is that something, the experience, I don't want to ignore it, but I want to address it as well?
Well, I think that it's very important to, all I could say is, from my oversight of the meeting and what I'm witnessing, is that we have the tables. It's designed to give specific information to the group. Then they have conversations at their tables. So it's not just lecturing at them the whole time and then we just go from there. So like even the first meeting, what we did was they came up with what they were analyzing, what they saw, and then they charted it out, and then we walked through like a gallery walk, and people were being able to provide feedback. I think part of this is the facilitation to make sure that even though they might be sensitive to speaking, like speaking up publicly, but making sure that they're being heard within the group, and then we're capturing their thoughts within those groups. Okay. So I think that's important.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, because we certainly want to make sure that we have open space for you to engage this, because it only makes it a stronger LCAP, and actually makes it a community LCAP. So I appreciate your comments on that. Yes.
One other thought. I just remember that it's important. So we actually ran out of time at the next meeting. So what we did was we created a survey that they can respond to, or not a survey, but just give more feedback to us regarding that. And we could create another one and make it anonymous to make it, if people feel intimidated as well. So that's another way of approaching it.
Appreciate that flexibility. So any additional comments on this, board members? We thank you for that report. We look forward to when it comes to us for approval and our additional discussion. Thank you, Mr. Vance.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, folks. We're going to now get back to the meat of the matter, go back to the regularly scheduled program. Okay, so we're going to move back. I think we're going to come back to the acceptance of donations E. Yep. So, E1, I may have a motion to accept donations for April 23, 24.
I so move.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Okay. It's been motioned and seconded. All in favor, and all in favor, because Mr. Escobedo has stepped out, will be 4. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, board members and/or superintendent. Are there any items we'd like to pull for discussion or for to a later date?
I have asked Dr. Sheffield to come up and talk about 2 items on the consent agenda before you take a vote.
Okay, what items are those, Superintendent?
It is F3 and F6.
Okay. All right, thank you, Dr. Sheffield.
Hi, good evening. I would like to pull item F6. It should not have been submitted. We are still working on alternate funding sources for F6. And then I wanted to take an opportunity to give some additional explanation for item F3. On the information that you had received, it is deceiving in the fact that it says that we are getting 60 mannequins for our Health Careers Academy at San Marcos High School. In all actuality, we have a full order for the San Marcos Health Academy class, and within that order, it totals $37,000, $37,115.22. And that order includes a variety of items, and they're meant to support students doing CPR training. So within that list, it does include 60 packs of disposable airways for mannequins, 60 disposable lungs, 9 little light baby mannequins, and separately another set of 6 mannequins with different functions. And then we have some additional items within that order that will support training for using the AED, the automated external defibrillators. And so I wanted to make sure I was a little bit more clear on the exact order that was coming to the board.
Okay. Board members, any comments or questions?
I just have a question. So thank you for that clarification because, yeah, that helps. So does it look like that item, along with the item that comes after that, which is the various medical certifications, that this is part of a program to certify these students with real life certifications in CPR and ACLS and all that? Is this a conjunction sort of thing?
So the students are in a Health Academy careers program, and so they are working ultimately as they complete the whole academy sequence of courses. They're working eventually to earn their CNA as they are working on it. As far as in particular them receiving their certification, I would have to check with the actual teachers to identify and verify if they're getting a certification. But I do know that this is used in conjunction with their curriculum to help support the students as they're learning, and ultimately those students that are actually completing the program will receive a CNA.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions, board members? All right, thank you, Dr. Sheffield,
Thank
for
you.
that explanation. So, board, may I have a motion to approve our consent agenda minus item F6?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented minus item F6.
And
minus item number 6.
It's been motioned and seconded. May I have it all in favor? And again, I want to reiterate, 4-0 is our all in favor. Okay, sounds good. Okay,
Aye.
thank you. Aye. Okay. Now we are moving, we're moving to our action agenda. Just want to make sure I didn't forget anything. Okay, so we are now moving to our action agenda, H1. Motion, I'll make the motion to approve with gratitude and celebration to a readmission of expelled student education code 48918, case number 202122-34.
I second.
Been motion is second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you so much. We are moving to H2, approval of a second amendment to Peabody Facility Use Agreement.
Okay. H2 is the an amendment to an MOU that we have with our Peabody Charter School. That charter school has a cap on the amount of students that they can have at the charter school. And because the TK requirements have changed a little bit about the amount of TK students that are coming in, Peabody Charter has asked to increase their cap by 12 in order to be able to take some more of those families that are coming in from TK, and there's quite a few of them that are coming in. I have my colleague here to answer any questions regarding the enrollment at Peabody, but this is pretty much the reason why we're doing this, is to increase the cap.
Okay, I don't see any requests to speak on this item. Board members, any comments or questions? Hearing no comments, thank you. Hearing no comments or questions, may I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the second amendment to the Peabody's facility use agreement.
I'll second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're moving to H3, approval of resolution 2023-24-27, recognizing certificated classified management and other education professionals of Santa Barbara Unified School District. Board members, you have the, you have the resolution before you. Yes. No problem.
Good evening, Board
Good evening.
President Sims Moten, Superintendent, board members.
Yes.
I do want to mention a couple things before you take on this resolution.
Sure.
One, we're all excited about the month of May always, particularly in HR, because it's Employee Appreciation Month. So this resolution really outlines some of the upcoming days of recognition. I don't want us to forget, though, that tomorrow is Administrative Professionals Day. So make note of that. It's not May, but it is an important day tomorrow. And also, we are, Cabinet, we're right now engaged in an effort to raise funds from some of our community partners. And we're going to be planning with principals employee appreciation events at each of the school sites. So every single employee is involved in what it is we're doing this year. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn the resolution over to you. Well, and district office is a location too, so we will be doing something here at the district office.
Okay, thank you for that update. I don't hear any requests. I don't see or didn't see any requests to speak on the item. So we'll go ahead and start with the resolution. I'll start. Whereas certificated, classified, management, and other education professionals provide valuable services to the students of Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
whereas certificated, classified management, and other education professionals contribute to the establishment and promotion of a positive and productive instructional environment, and
Whereas certificated, classified management and other education professionals serve a vital role in providing for the welfare, safety, and educational needs of Santa Barbara Unified School District students, and
Whereas certificated, classified management and other education professionals employed by the Santa Barbara Unified School District strive for excellence in all areas relative to the educational community, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 1, 2024 as School Principals Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
I shall be Anastasia. Whereas the Board of Education declares May 3rd as School Lunch Hero Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, recognizing the difference school nutrition professionals make for every child by preparing healthy meals for students, adhering to strict nutrition standards, navigating student food allergies, and offering service with a smile, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares the week of May 6th through May 10th, 2024 as National Teacher Appreciation Week in Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 7th, 2024 as National Teacher Appreciation Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 8th, 2024 as California Day of the Teacher in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Day of the Teacher arose out of legislation co-sponsored by the California Teachers Association and the Association of Mexican American Educators. Senator Joseph Montoya wrote the bill, and it was adopted in 1982. California has patterned its celebration after the traditional El Día del Maestro festivities observed in Mexico and other Latin American countries, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 8, 2024 as National School Nurse Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
Whereas the Board of Education declares May 18, 2024 as National Speech Pathologist Day in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. In 2010, the United States dedicated May 18th as National Speech Pathologist Day. And
whereas the Board of Education declares the week of May 19th to the 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and
therefore be it resolved that the Santa Barbara Unified School District hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contribution of the certificated and classified professionals to quality education in the state of California in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, adopted, signed, and approved by the Board of Education of Santa Barbara Unified School District on the 23rd day of April 2024 by the following vote. Now I will ask for a motion and a second on this item.
I will move to approve and show appreciation for all of our employees and thank them for all of their hard work and all of the impact that they make.
I second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
This will be a 5-0, all in favor. Okay, thank you. Okay. I know, Dr. Becker, you are still there for item number 4, approval of the Human Resources recommendation.
All right, great. Well, these are the HR items for the last couple weeks, and I just wanted to call your attention, as I usually do, to the congratulate the employees who will be either gaining a language premium or increasing. Victor Chavez Ruiz Esparza, Jerry Rosario, Laura Soria, and Susan Urbina Aguilera. And then also Brenda Vasquez, who's adding a premium pay for a bachelor's degree, so congratulations. And with that, I will turn it over to the board for your consideration.
Seeing no request to speak on this item, board members, any questions or comments? Hearing none, congratulations to those on the report. May I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the Human Resources recommendations.
Okay.
I'll second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Vecchio. Next, H5, approval of 2024-25 school site safety plans. Ms. Edison is on her way.
Good evening, board. I would like to present to you for approval the school safety plans. As I did last year, I did pull out from all the plans the objectives so that you can easily see them in each of their domains. So you can easily see them in each of their domains: physical environment, mental wellness, social environment, and healthy staff-student relationships. This is a standard item that we bring every single year. The law requires that the sites adopt them by March 1st, and then they are presented to the board afterwards. Any questions? I'm available to answer.
Okay, no request to speak on this item. I just had an observation. I really appreciate this summary. how you've really come back. That was really much more comprehensive. And if we have questions, we can certainly go back to the plan to, in additional detail. And then one additional comment, as the Oversight Committee was presenting tonight, and we were talking about the 3 R's. So are they in here, or that's something we're working toward?
So many sites have mentioned 3 R's in their objectives of social environment. What they're asking for is the poster to be placed in as an addendum, appendix, and as soon as it has been revamped, we will insert it in all of our plans.
Okay, awesome. All right, board members, any comments or questions? Okay, may I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve the safety. Let me get the language. Move to approve the 2024-2025 school site safety plans.
I second.
Been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Edison. All right, we're moving to H6, approval of First Amendment to the Chief Education Technology Officer Employment Agreement. Superintendent.
Board members, it is with great respect and honor that I bring forward this First Amendment to Mr. Ramirez's contract. As you know, he's been with here a little under 2 years and has proven to be an incredible asset to our cabinet. Obviously, you've heard tonight, he's an incredible leader for his department, and we really appreciate all the different ways that he has brought for us to think about all the work that is undertaken in ETS.
Seeing no request to speak, board members, any comments or questions? Not hearing any. I just also want to appreciate what you have brought to again this system of creating the system and not the person. I can't reiterate that more. And also we heard from your staff, the team that you lead, and your leadership there. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion for approval?
I enthusiastically make the motion to approve the First Amendment to the Chief Education Technology Officer Employment Agreement.
Do I hear a second? Mr. Banning, you second?
I will enthusiastically second.
Okay. The motion is second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Congratulations. We'll move to H7, approval of a First Amendment to the Assistant Superintendent of Student and Family Service Employment and Agreement.
Similarly with, I call her Dr. Edison. Ms. Kenya Edison has been an incredible asset to our school district. The amount of knowledge that she brings to the position, and not just in the area of expertise that she's had as a leader in student services, but also this year taking on the additional duties of overseeing the priorities for the special education department, really working closely with the director and others to look at ways that we can assess the IEPs, looking at ensuring that we're meeting timelines, and just overall leadership development of people is incredibly observable and felt throughout our district. Many of our own colleagues seek out Ms. Edison's advice because of her incredible talent. So again, I'm proud to bring forward this contract.
Okay, no request to speak on this item. Any comments or questions? I would just add to she has brought such clarity and directness, and that's so important because I don't think I fully have ever understood the UPC, what it meant, any of those things, right? And you're very clear on what it means and how it, because I'm going to tell you right now, when we hear about special ed, and the hair would stand up on the back of my neck. But the fact that we are much more clear on it and how then that impacts our processes and our systems, again, that we're able to be on top of those, that department is much stronger, and we know we continue to do that as we, again, creating the opportunities and the training to make sure that we are a strong special ed system. So I hear no additional comments, may I have a motion for approval?
I make a motion to approve the First Amendment to the Assistant Superintendent of Student and Family Services Employment Agreement.
I second the motion to approve the Second Amendment to the Assistant Superintendent of Student and Family Services Employment Agreement.
Thank you. Items in motion and approved. All in favor, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes. Now we're moving to H8, approval of second amendment to the Assistant Educational Service Employment Agreement.
Again, really proud to bring forward Dr. Sheffield's contract. Dr. Sheffield was hired as a secondary assistant superintendent, and as we've been reimagining, reorganizing, rethinking how we organize the work in our school district, we actually changed that position to have one less assistant superintendent, asked her to take on the TK-12 Assistant Superintendent of Education Services position, and she enthusiastically quickly said yes and has jumped in full on to learn all of elementary. Of course, she's got other incredible executive directors to support her, but I just want to say that Dr. Sheffield's positive attitude, her leadership development for the Aspiring Leaders program is also just one of the legacy things that she's working on, bringing clarity on Bell's schedule around curriculum adoptions. So many things happen in the Ed Services Department. As you can see, they bring forward purchase orders and career tech programs, A through G, AVID, PEAK, and I can just go on. And she just really knows it all. Her knowledge of high schools is an incredible asset to this team. And I am just so proud to be bringing also Dr. Sheffield's contract extension.
Seeing no request to speak on this item, I'll just echo some of those comments, and I just appreciate the openness and flexibility to, come before this board. I don't know, but I'll get it back to you, and that says that willing to say, I don't know, and be okay to be able to do that, and certainly all the things that are going on, and again, being willingness to, reorg in a way that it makes much more sense for us to be streamlined and still getting the work done. So appreciate that. Thank you so much. Board members, any additional questions? Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion for approval.
I move to approve the second amendment of the assistant to the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services Employment Agreement.
Second.
It's been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. Now we are moving to H9, approval of fourth amendment to the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources Employment Agreement.
Last but not least, Dr. Becchio, and I think this is his third or fourth contract extension, Dr. Becchio. Dr. Becchio is our guiding light of what has been in the past and what is going forward. And I think he grounds this team in terms of how we can understand, because many of us are new to this community, to the school district, what has happened and what needs to happen. I also think that he's an incredible amount of knowledge in terms of human resources, staffing. We don't talk a lot about this. He oversees not just hiring employees, working through discipline issues, but also the teacher evaluation program is under him. New teacher program is under him. Health benefits. He's running a benefits committee, as you know, that has really brought great new information to us to inform our decisions. And I appreciate that he's also a learner. And, some of us push him a little bit sometimes because we've been in other places, but he never is shy to either push back or to be able to be open to all of us that are new. And I just want to appreciate Dr. Becchio, because even before I started in July of 2020, he and I were on the phone many times in June, setting me up for success before I got here. So I enthusiastically and wholeheartedly support Dr. Becchio's extension as well. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate that. And I'll just say, Dr. Becchio, you may remember when we approved your first time coming on, we were at Marjorie Luke Theater. It was a lot later than this. Lord have mercy. It truly was Tuesday Night Live at Santa Barbara Unified. But we made it through. And I just want to also acknowledge your growth and where you come from, and in the midst of this, changing it and trying to make sure that, again, we have a human resources department that is responsive. And I must say, even on a personal thing, you were even up there doing electric slide with us. See, so I'm just saying, when you get there, you're like, okay, I'm ready to go. So, board members, any comments and additional questions? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion for approval?
I enthusiastically make a motion to approve the Fourth Amendment to the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Dr. Becchio, you're with us for a bit.
Second.
Okay, it's been motion and second. All in favor, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, team.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you so much for your
Thank
work.
you.
We've seen the difference, and I was looking at some things, and sometimes when we are challenged coming from out of the area or coming from different places, it really just comes down to leadership difference. And so the more that we look at leadership difference isn't always a negative thing. Sometimes it's a positive thing. It's just a matter of how we're going to open up our minds to receive it. So thank you so much for your hard work and sticking around and saying yes. Okay. So board members, we are moving to the end of this day. So you can look at the coming events. Obviously, they're in the, I got you, sister girl. So the look of the coming events that are there, you can look at them to see whether you can participate those or not. And then I want to call attention that our next board meeting that we will be meeting together is a special board study session, which is on Saturday, April 27th. And then I want to remind us, board members, that our May 14th meeting will now be moving to May 7th. So I know you've got those on those calendars. And Mr. Banning, you hear we're moving from May 14th to May 7th for our next meeting. You're good. Okay, so did that get that, Superintendent?
Yes, I'm not sure if we take a vote, but I will make sure that we send out a communication to the community. We'll change our website and make sure that folks know that that's being
We
moved.
do not need a vote, as long as we're
Thank
giving
you.
enough time to make the change. Okay.
I'll note that item L has the special board meeting listed for Tuesday, April 27th, should be
Yes.
Saturday.
Yes, thank you. We just meet on Tuesdays, right? We just say, it's the 27th, it's Tuesday.
Every day's a Tuesday on
Every
the
day's a
border.
Tuesday here. Okay, thank you all for being here, participating, and fresh of mind to hear reports that they worked so hard to do. So thank you so much, and good night and good evening. Okay, good night.